think we're good to go. It says live up in the top corner. Yep. All right. Is Tony Calabrese here?
We're going to do a preliminary matter before Tony goes.
Okay.
But I think I see Tony down on the bottom right.
Here. I'm here, Jamie.
Hey, Tony. Okay, thanks. Are Michael Jones and David Maleka here? Possibly on mute.
I do not see them.
Give them a few more minutes then. What's that, Bill?
I just texted both David and Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Terrible. Jeez.
Oh, I got Mr. Jones on the phone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello? Tony, are you here? Able to hear us?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm here.
Mr. Maleka, yep, I see him. Mr. Wadelli.
Are we going to Mr. Wadelli since he said he's going to be late?
I did not hear anything from him. Did you, Jamie?
Okay, Chair Palmer, I just got a phone with Michael Jones. Apparently he was driving, so he's going to join us later. But I see that we have Mr. Maleka and Mr. Deborah who'd like to begin the meeting.
Mr. Jones is on.
Oh, he's on now? Great.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so we'll call to order tonight's meeting, January 26, 2021 of the Board of Zoning Adjustments. If you haven't been with us, I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say, Mr. Preach has a preliminary matter.
Okay.
I can make some quick announcements after we get a short presentation from Assistant Director Tony Calabrese as well.
Okay. If you haven't been with us on our virtual meetings before, a couple of things to note. It helps if you do not have two devices on in the same room, because sometimes that causes an echo. And then sometimes if your volume is up too high on your computer, it gives an echo. And so if that happens when you're talking, we might ask you to put your computer on mute and then dial in with the phone number. So we will work with you if that happens, but just letting you know. I will not be swearing in everybody at one time. It's just too rambunctious for that. And so at the beginning of the case, I will ask who's going to be the speaker. I will swear in those people individually, and then we will hear from the city, and then we'll hear your additions to the case. Remember our time constraints: 5 minutes for the applicant, 3 minutes per resident who wants to speak about the issue. We will try to keep close to the time, and we will not deduct time away from you if the board members or the city staff have questions for you and we engage in a longer discussion. That does not take away from your time. So with that said, I will turn it over to the staff to see if we have any preliminary matters before we get into the agenda. Jamie, do we have any?
Yeah, we have one preliminary matter, case number 3 on the agenda. See what it was. 2421 Sullivan Avenue. The applicant is going to request a tabling as they have not been through the area commission yet. Bazad, if you're there, please state your name and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Basad Vadai from Innovative Engineering Group, and
Okay.
I would like to explain before we table it. Can I do that?
So do you need to explain in order to get the
Yes.
tabling? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. If you don't mind, can I
Go
go?
ahead, please.
Yeah. Um, we have been told that we are violating code section, I think it's 3372-605, item G. My concern is item G refers to, it says pickup unit and covering are prohibited on the primary building frontage and shall be attached to the rear or side of the principal building. We have the side of principal building. Why are we violating this rule?
Sir, I think your questions are better asked to the city staff. You're working with them on your application. So you can handle that outside of this meeting. If you would like to request your tabling, you can do that now, and then you will have the time to meet with city staff to go over those things.
Bizat, I muted you, so we weren't getting feedback. But you can unmute yourself now and speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have any problem with that. Please table my case.
Okay, sir, what is the reason for your tabling?
Yes.
I'll move the table.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Demora,
Yes.
Mr. Maleka,
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes. So anybody who's here tonight that was prepared to speak about 2421 Sullivan Avenue, that case is going to be postponed. You do not have to stay. New notices will go out about the new date. Okay, next item.
That is it for. And now, Assistant Director Tony Celebrezzi would like to give a brief presentation on our zoning code update.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Michael, do you have the presentation?
I do. Give me
Chair.
1 second.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for the time this evening. I won't be long, but I wanted to make sure that the members of BZA were properly briefed about the zoning code assessment that began last month and will be going on for the next few months. Michael, if you could switch to the next slide. So as we know, zoning addresses property use and building placement and parking standards and a lot of other things. It's also been a tool in the past that's been able to encourage and facilitate investment. Unfortunately, it's also been used, as we know, through restrictive covenants and redlining to limit opportunities and access for some of our neighborhoods and individuals within our city. Our current zoning code dates from the 50s. While we tweak it every year, multiple times, there has not been a comprehensive zoning update or review done since then. And so that is why about a year and a half ago, the mayor pulled Department of Development and BZS together and charged us with conducting a full zoning code assessment. If you could flip to the next slide. So a couple of trends just to give everybody some context. The chart on the left shows that, as many of us know, Columbus had a very aggressive annexation policy in the 50s and the 60s and even into the 70s. But by the time the 80s rolled around, that policy had relaxed significantly, and we really have not added a whole lot of new area to the city in recent years. Not that we haven't done some, but that policy has not been, we've not had that much of an aggressive annexation policy. At the same time, as you can see from the chart on the right, and I'm sure most of you all continue to read and hear, our population in Central Ohio and in Columbus continues to grow. We are at over 900,000 people, and by the end of this decade, we will be well over 1 million. That's just in the city of Columbus, let alone Central Ohio. Next slide, please. So, we've got the challenge of where do these folks want to live? And so we've got tremendous infill opportunity and redevelopment through existing areas within the city. So less territorial expansion. At the same time, we've got rising housing costs. To build a house or a unit is expensive, and our supply is very limited, which keeps the price high, which is good for sellers. However, it does not help the case with needing affordable housing, which is something that we significantly lack. We also are beginning more examination of transportation options and reacting to what the market is looking for with smaller homes, smaller lots, and actually rental units, and then the desire for walkable neighborhoods. So throughout the last 5 to 10 years, a lot of neighborhoods have very much benefited from city policies and other actions. However, not all neighborhoods have enjoyed this benefit. And part of our challenge creating this rewriting the zoning code is how do we open the door to other neighborhoods enjoying the prosperity that many parts of the city are seeing. Next slide. So it comes down to a series of questions that we all need to answer and think about. It. Basically, the overall one is how will we grow? Where do people want to live and work? How are we going to get around? What's going to be our transportation system? What are our neighborhoods going to look like? And how do we ensure that there's opportunity for our residents of all levels of social and economic position? And a lot of projects are already underway, including Link Us and Regional Housing Strategy and the Sustainability Plan. But the question is with zoning is what kind of course can we chart for the future? And that's what the zoning code's got to do. We've got to examine and figure out how we are going to continue to grow in a logical, comprehensive fashion. That, again, ensures that all neighborhoods are able to enjoy the prosperity that Central Ohio and that Columbus offers. Next slide. So So there's a list here of areas for consideration. We talk about transportation and obviously job centers, affordable housing, promoting equity. Right now there's there's a lot of overlays and special districts. Do we need that many? Do we need those? Our public review process, we need to examine that to make sure that it's, while it is inclusive of the neighborhoods, that it's also predictable and able to be navigated. Our current zoning code is rather complicated. So next slide. So the zoning assessment has been broken into two phases. Phase one can be best described as a technical review, looking at the code, what are best practices across the country, and trying to come up with some concepts and ideas that will help our code meet our needs going forward. That's what the assessment is also be a heavy review of the processes that people encounter when they go through the zoning code, from city steps all the way to area commissions and other groups that have to hear different portions of the zoning code. There'll be a heavy emphasis on stakeholder engagement, and ultimately we will phase one will recommend an update strategy. I guess I kind of liken this to baking a cake. Phase one is making sure you've got all the ingredients and what amount of each ingredient is going to go into baking the cake ultimately. We anticipate phase one being completed by the summertime, at which case we will be obviously continuing to present and update the different boards and commissions and area commissions on what has evolved. Let's jump to phase two, Michael. So phase two will be the heavy lift. That's where we're going to actually work with the community and boards, commissions, and come up with how are we going to rewrite the zoning code? And do we need to rewrite the zoning code? Although we're pretty sure we need to make some major edits to it. That is going to be a multi-year, probably 18 to 24 months process, because there's a lot of entities that we need input from, and a lot of entities that we need to bring along in the process to make sure that their thoughts and opinions and ideas are heard as we go about making the new potential code. So with that, I think, yep, there we go. So thank you again for the time tonight. I promised Jamie I wouldn't take up too much time. I know you all have got quite a few agenda items, but I wanted to make sure that you at least got a summary of what the zoning code assessment is. And I will make sure that he sends out this slide deck to everybody on the BZA. There is on the website, which is listed here, there is a survey that we would love it if you all would each individually take it. And quite frankly, the members of the public that are on this call also, we look forward to hearing from you all in the survey. I think we've already had close to 200 or 300 people take the survey in the 3 days it's been up. So that's the easiest way to make us aware of your thoughts, your opinions, your ideas about the zoning code and the processes that surround it. It also provides you with a opportunity to give us your email address, and once a month, and sometimes more than that, we will keep people updated with what's going on in this process and how things are going. So myself and Kevin Wheeler from Department of Development are kind of the two lead city staffers working on this. So having said that, Madam Chair, if anyone has from the board has a question or two, I'm more than happy to answer it. Anybody on here, feel free to look me up on the BZA website as the assistant director and send me your questions. And I'm sure that as people sleep on this, they're going to have some other questions, and I'll be more than happy to provide what I can in the way of answers.
Board members, do we have any questions for Mr. Celebrezzi before he goes? Okay, thank you for your time and thank you for the effort.
You got it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
All right,
are we ready?
I've
Go ahead.
got a couple more announcements real quick. For everyone in attendance, please note that you are muted upon calling in. Please keep yourself muted until it's time for your case. Upon instruction from the chair, you can unmute yourself to provide testimony. This is to reduce feedback and background noise and help us move through the agenda efficiently. This meeting is also being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. We also have Tony Gillum, our court recorder, present and recording, so please speak slowly and clearly. You already addressed that we will be swearing in speakers individually rather than a group, and that cases will be broken down as follows, with a staff presentation followed by questions from the board. The applicant can then present, again followed by questions, and then input from the public will be solicited. If you are here as part of the public, please jump in when called for by the chair, and each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. I'll be keeping time, and when that time goes off, I'll ask you to wrap up your comments. That is all.
Okay. If we're ready, we'll call the first case, 530 Norton Road. 530 Norton Road, please take yourself off of mute if you're the applicant. State your name so that we can hear you and we know that you're here.
I'm with Clark Architects.
Okay, I can barely hear you. I think you have your volume down or something.
Trying to turn it up, but I can't seem.
Sir?
Yes.
I
I'm trying to turn it up, but for some reason I can't seem to do it. Was that any better?
Are you calling in with a phone?
No.
You might try that rather than doing through your webcam or whatever you're using for audio.
Okay, is this any better? I just reset.
Can barely hear you. If you go down to more options, it's the 3 buttons in the bottom right corner. You can have the system call you on your phone, which is the preferred method of audio input.
Buttons I see. I don't see an option for calling in.
Should say switch audio.
Switch audio. Call me. 740.
While he's doing that, Madam Chair, would you like me to go ahead with my presentation?
Yeah, I just want to make sure he's squared away and he's knowing what to do before we switch.
Okay.
Sir, did you find the right button?
Calling me. I don't see it.
Do you see where it says mute, stop video, share, and the red X?
Yes.
There's a circle right before that red X that has 3 buttons.
Right.
If you hover over that, a pop-up box comes up. You see that?
Yes, and it says, once I do that, I put in my phone number and it says, we are calling you at my number. And
You can also call in.
okay. What's a call-in number? Sorry about this.
No problem. Do you have the number, Michael?
I don't. I think Jamie or Phil, can you try to get it? If I switch off audio, then I'm not.
I'm pulling it up right now. The number is 1-650-479-3207.
$3207.
Yeah, I'm putting that in the
meeting
chat.
number?
Oh, it's working.
Can we come back to him?
I think he's almost there.
Well, I can hear you on my phone. Can you hear me?
I can barely hear
Are
you.
you on speakerphone? Is your phone on speaker?
Well, my phone is on speaker now. 650-479-3207. Let me try again. I'm sorry.
Jamie, I'm gonna have you go through with your presentation, and if we need to, we'll just have to just get really close to the computer to hear the applicant, and hopefully we won't have a lot of questions.
Okay. I think this first one's fairly straightforward.
Okay. Okay, sir, we're gonna continue. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Phil, you have the PowerPoint ready? Okay, BZA 20086. 530 Norton Road is located on the east side of Norton Road, approximately 170 feet north of Brandonberry Road. The site is zoned C4 and is in a commercial district. Get a little bit closer here. As you can see in the slide, the site is developed with a shopping center comprised of 4 parcels. There are 3 developed parcels and 1 undeveloped. Other nearby uses include a drive-through carryout and residential multi-unit dwellings. The applicant proposes a change of use for a tenant space from a laundromat into a bar or restaurant. There's a deficiency of 159 parking spaces on the site that takes into account not only the proposed change of use, the nightclub, which has 72 space deficiency, but there are other use changes that occurred previously that never received zoning clearance. One miscalculation of the required parking that has occurred also added to the deficiency. These in total constitute an 87 space parking deficiency, and the applicant is requesting variances to reduce the number of parking spaces from 159 to 0. Again, 202 spaces are provided. Variance to reduce the required aisle width on the lot for 2 parking spaces along the property line from 20 feet to 0 feet. To not provide sufficient maneuvering space on the lot along the property lines to access those 2 same parking spaces. And finally, to not provide additional parking spaces for the change of use. The Division of Planning states that they support this request with conditions. Staff requests that additional bicycle parking be included in this proposal to align with Columbus citywide planning policies of incorporating bicycle parking into development proposals. Planning also recommends street trees be planted along Norton Road frontage to align with C2P2 guidelines that support landscaping, screening, and street trees between the right-of-way and parking lots. Staff notes that the overall development includes a large number of parking spaces that can be used by the proposed use. The applicant is currently preparing a site plan to reflect planning's recommendations. The updated site plan is in your packet. The Division of Traffic Management states that a right-of-way dedication of 60 feet from the center line along Norton Road will be required, and they deferred the parking reduction request to the Division of Parking Services, which has reviewed the plan and is recommending approval. Finally, the Westland Area Commission also recommends, the Westland Area Commission recommends disapproval of the application. City staff and as a whole recommend approval. As stated previously, there are a total of 202 parking spaces provided on the site, while the total number required is 361. Approximately 56% of the required parking would be provided. Overall, the site is 44% deficient, and the Department of Public Services has reviewed the proposal and parking study and recommend approval. Again, we are asking for 2 conditions: that bicycle parking shall be provided in accordance with C2P2 standards, and that street trees be planted along the Norton Road frontage in accordance with C2P2 standards. And with that, we will turn it over to the applicant, hopefully.
Yes, if you can hear me.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
It's David Jamison.
Okay, can you raise your right hand and swear the testimony you give tonight with the truth and nothing but the truth? Please state I do.
I do.
Okay, so first, can I ask you about the 2 conditions that the city is placing, the bicycle parking and the the street trees. Are you agreeable to those?
Oh, yes, we are. As Mr. Freeze stated, I think the site plan showing the bicycle parking and the street trees are in your packet.
Okay.
So we're we would be more than happy to do that.
Okay. Go ahead and explain to us the variances and the need for the reduction of the size and the maneuvering.
The maneuvering issue is because of the property lines. There's no actual barrier involved, but on those 2 parking spaces, the property line is at the end of the parking space. And as we know, we're not allowed to use adjacent property for maneuvering space, but that's the only way you can go. So we're asking for that variance to allow them to back out of those 2 spaces onto adjacent property to get out of the parking space.
Anything else you want to tell us about the application?
Well, again, there are several units in there that were never zoned correctly and or never approved, and then because of that, it's kind of a hardship on us when we are going through the complete process. And based on the parking study, the highest use was on a Saturday night, which is probably a logical time for this property to be, for this unit to be used is, I think it was 27%, 55. And then if you added the total, if you added all the parking required for the new use, it still wouldn't exceed the number of parking spaces that are permitted, if that makes sense. I don't know if you have a copy of the parking study there or not.
I have a question for staff. Chair Palmer.
Good.
So, Jamie, if I understand you correctly, are you saying that overall the parking that's in the entire strip center supports the change in use plus some? Is that correct?
That is what the Division of Parking Services stated. Yeah, technically, the whole shopping center is deficient, but after submitting the parking study, Division of Parking Services has deemed it to be acceptable.
And when was the parking study done? Do we know that? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Defer to Mr.
Yes.
Jamison.
Let me pull that up real quick.
Yeah, parking study that was done, or any kind of traffic study that was done in the past 12 months, is certainly subject to change.
Right, it was the end of December. It was done.
Okay, so not a true reflection of what we can expect in a non-pandemic environment. And in addition to that, I would suspect, yeah, exactly. I would suspect that going forward, especially an establishment like this, a lot of eating and drinking establishments have expansive hours. Historically, we've looked at nightclubs a little bit differently, and even churches a little bit differently because they have restricted hours and the parking can be absorbed by other businesses that have closed after 5, for example. That's not necessarily the case right here, unless you can tell me otherwise, that you open up half of the facility after 5. This entire facility would be open probably from 9 or 10 a.m. until 2 a.m., presumably. Is that correct?
That is correct, but at the time that it is open, the grocery store, and which is the major user of that parking lot, would not be open.
So the grocery store is open when?
I think it's like 7 in the morning to 8 or 9 in the evening. So it's kind of might be a little bit of an overlap, but the thing is, the owner of the grocery store will also owns this unit that we're asking the variances for. So I'm sure he would be willing to, I mean, if it came to that, he would be willing to change either grocery store hours or the gathering place hours.
Well, he'd have to do that before we could seek to use that as a basis for making a decision. And I don't know that I would do that. But thank you for answering the question, and thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Do we have anybody here to speak about this application? If you can take yourself off of mute and identify yourself. Okay, I don't see anyone. Board members, do we have any further questions?
I would offer a suggestion that I suspect there's at least one other person in addition to myself that is probably not going to be supportive of this parking variance. So, you know, as we would routinely do, offering the applicant an opportunity to separate or call for a separate vote, I'd encourage that being offered to him. But if he doesn't want to take it or the chair doesn't want to do it, I appreciate that. I'll just vote no on everything.
So, Mr. Jameson, you need 3 yes votes to win on a variance request. And there are 2 members that I think would not give a positive answer on a parking variance. So we can do a couple of things. You can table the request and come back later and, you know, revise your ask. You can have us split our vote, and we can provide yeses on the things we agree with and no's on the things we don't. When you get a no vote, you cannot come back to the board with the same request. So you have to make a change in facts to come back and make a request. And so I throw this out to you so that you can make a proper determination about the situation and how you want to proceed.
Based on the site plan that you have in your packet, we have met all the requests that the city and zoning requested us to meet. The parking study is clear that there will be plenty of parking for everybody in the shopping center, pandemic or not. There's nothing more that we can offer, and there isn't anything. There's not a variance that we could delete based on city zoning and parking requirements. Parking, you know, gives their full approval of it, and I just can't see us changing anything that we've already submitted based on the final, not based on the site plan that was shown, but the final site plan where we are in compliance with all the city is asking for.
Jamie, I think what we're having an issue with is a parking study done during the pandemic and its application to post-pandemic life. And so can you shed some light on that for us?
I personally can't. I think Mr. Jones made it pretty clear he was interested in knowing what the hours were. Perhaps if Mr. Jamison tabled and came back with definitive hours, it might give the board a little bit more comfort in how they vote.
Yeah, the website says 9 p.m. closing for the grocery store every day.
Thank you. I was just going to look that up, but yeah, that is correct.
And Mr. Jamison, for your benefit, what was proposed to you, and while I see you don't acknowledge, or you can't acknowledge that there's an opportunity to change something here. If you ask for a vote on everything except for the parking variance and tabled that, you'd be at least further along rather than at a brick wall. So again, I'm trying to offer you an olive branch to try to work on some solution. I don't even know if there's a enhanced parking study that can be done based on predictions, or if there's some alternative parking arrangement that can be made. But I'm just trying to offer you an opportunity or an option so that you don't just fall kind of dead in the water or flat-footed.
And Madam Chair,
Well,
this is, I mean, right now the Westland Area Commission is unsupportive of this, and you know, I'd like to know why they didn't support it. And obviously, them not supporting it is, it's a hurdle that I'm not willing to overcome.
I'll tell you one reason, and it should they should have sent a report to you on why they didn't. But one reason was their example was that we're coming in there, we're changing the use of the facility, therefore changing the parking. What's going to happen if somebody else comes in and does the same thing? And, you know, I have to say, you know, what if? Well, then they would have to go to zoning and BZA and say, hey, you know, we would like a variance. So, you know, we've been working on this project for 3 years. We've talked with everybody, zoning. This is actually what you have now in your packet is the 6th revision of this parking. We've talked with Mr. Freeze. We've talked with several other people. They've offered their opinions or options. You know, we've done our best to comply with what's been asked of us, and I believe we have. But you know, to vote individually and take the parking is really, I don't think anybody has any problem with allowing a car to back out of a parking space onto another property to maneuver.
So how would you like us to proceed? How would you like us to proceed with the vote tonight?
Do you have a full board there?
Yes, we have 4 members.
Yes, but how many members on the board, how many board members are there?
4 members makes a quorum for our board.
There are 5 total, and 1 is absent from this meeting right now.
3 make the quorum, but there are 5 total. Yeah.
So, I mean, you're already telling me that, does the chairperson vote also?
Yes, I also vote. So we're just giving you a courtesy to allow you to make a decision in the moment, but we cannot prolong. We need to move forward. And if you don't give us an answer, we'll take the vote and we'll move forward to the next case.
Chair Palmer?
Yes.
This is Brandon with Traffic Management. I guess as I always ask when these traffic studies, parking studies come through from parking services of what can be done from parking services to, I'm not here to sway the board, but what can be done to cement what their findings are, just so I can report that back. I think my assessment, if I could speak, would be that if the board will look at any of the street view or aerial imagery that we have for this site, it is largely a vacant parking lot. So I would agree with our parking services assessment of the situation that the parking lot, no matter the case of pandemic or not, is largely unutilized. I understand the concern of the board, and I'm not here to sway. I'm just trying to be on the side of maybe reason as far as looking at the practicality of how large this parking lot is versus the request and the review comments sent back from parking services. So at this time, I'm just asking, is there something that needs to be done from parking services and their assessment of this? I mean, I know that when we review traffic studies, there are factors that have been utilized in this last year that takes into account for the pandemic. But in this parking situation, I don't see a factor that's significant enough that would overwhelm what was provided with what they said was a maximum of 55 spaces being utilized in the existing lot during a Saturday, which would be in the maximum time. So I'm just, I want that to be clear, our position in public service.
Yeah, so I guess that was asking earlier, maybe Brandon, I didn't address it to you, but to speak to this traffic study and its application to post-pandemic life.
Yeah, and I would say that parking services doesn't have those factors that we have on the traffic study side for post-pandemic life. But I will say, just looking at, if you guys have aerials, you know, we have aerials for several years, you have street view, every picture of this lot that's taken that I can observe that's not, you know, nighttime, there's very few vehicles parking in this lot. I guess my reasoning would say that at least one of these images would show a full parking lot, and they don't. So I would say that would agree with the parking study, just on the basis of the increase wouldn't be if there's 200 spaces and you have a max of 55. Even if we said the pandemic caused, you know, half of people from leaving, that increase still wouldn't be their maximum. That's where I'm kind of trying to figure it out.
I certainly appreciate that. And I'll tell you firsthand, I live near a eating and drinking establishment that has opened up a traditional number of hours like this one does. And it's on Petzinger Road. And if you look at the parking lot before they offered that, it was virtually empty. It was underparked. And I would agree with you. If you come at 9 p.m., however, you will see people parked on the median, parked in the grass. So bad so that I had to call the city of Columbus to put in no parking signs on the grass. They did that, and so now all they do is park on the islands inside. They're parking in fire lanes. So that's what we don't see, but it's the same type of establishment. We can't allow a situation like this where this thing was already overparked based on what we're being given by city staff. We simply can't do it. I think that we're going down a slippery slope in the wrong way of it, quite frankly. But thank you for that, Brandon.
Yep. That's all I wanted to kind of state. And then there is adjacent parking on all public streets as well. But yeah, just here for questions.
Well, that's why
I'd like to call the question.
Needs to table, because we can't solve this on the fly for him. We don't do it for anybody else, and we're not going to start doing it now. He has the opportunity to table and bring that opportunity back. Thank you.
All right, let's table the parking and vote on everything else. And what, I don't know, can we table the parking until after the pandemic? You know.
Sir, you can work with staff to figure out the exact method to proceed. But what I'll do is I'll say that we will take a vote on 3312.09, which is the aisle, 3312.25, which is the maneuvering, 33.12.
Madam
Yes.
Chair and Mr. Jamison, I suggest just tabling it all,
Okay.
because otherwise you'd have to come back and make a new application for the parking variance. Just logistically, it'd be easier because you're not going to get any permits with just those variances. So, yeah, I think it'd just be easier to table everything.
That's true. I agree.
Okay. So,
yeah.
is there anybody here that wishes to? Well, there's nobody here to speak about this case, so there's no one here to speak about the tabling. Can we get a motion to
move the table?
Is there a second?
Okay.
Okay. Call the roll.
Mr. Malika?
He seems to be having, oh, there it is.
Mr. Malika, can you give us a head signal, or he's giving a thumbs up?
All right. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Mora?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Okay, yes, your variances are tabled and you can work with staff from here on.
All right, thank you very much. I apologize for taking so much of your time and having a hard time logging in here, but I appreciate your help.
Okay, have a good evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You too.
Okay, case number 2200 Spiegel Drive, 2200 Spiegel Drive. Will the applicant take yourself off mute? State your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Romaine Howe.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me okay?
I can hear you. Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I am here.
Okay, we're going to hear from the city and then I'll come back to swear you in, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2200 Spiegel Drive is located at the northeast corner of Spiegel Drive and Shook Road, served by the Far South Columbus Area Commission, and it's zoned M Manufacturing. The 16-acre site is developed with a distribution warehouse center and associated parking, whose owner also owns the vacant industrial parcel to the north. Surrounding uses include warehouses to the west, north, and east, and a single-unit dwelling to the west, and a cold storage facility to the south. The applicant proposes to install a temporary portable building as a break room for the warehouse for 2 to 3 months. The portable building is proposed to be located in the front yard of the lot. Special permit is required to allow the portable building. Neither the South Central Accord nor C2P2 design guidelines address the issue of temporary structures. The Division of Traffic has no comments, and the Far South Columbus Area Commission recommended approval of the request for a period not to extend 90 days, which is reflected in our condition. City departments recommend approval. The proposal appears to be consistent with the general purpose and intent of the manufacturing district and is compatible with the general character of the neighborhood. And we recommend the condition of the 90 consecutive days from the issue date of the board order. Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, 90 days for what?
For the special permit to be valid for 90 consecutive days.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Mr. Howell, can you put your camera on so that we can verify that you are who you say you are?
Can you see me now?
I can. Okay. I see that you're driving, so.
I pulled over. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Okay, raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give tonight with the truth. Please say, I do.
I do.
Okay. Go ahead and add on to your application here.
Yes, ma'am. Everything that Phil said was correct. We're just making adjustments for the COVID conditions, and we hire more people. We want to make sure we have the space for them to social distance, and we're doing the right thing for the community, right thing for the public. So we were asking to get that permit to get through the situation and have more break room space. I was wondering also. I know I asked for 90 days. If I continue it, do I do another permit? Or can I get more days added to it later? If we, I don't know when the pandemic is going to end.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask the city staff too. Was 90 days enough, and what's the process for if he needs more time?
I think so, Jamie, that an extension can be requested.
That's correct, Phil. The applicant can always come back and ask the board for an extension before it expires.
But is that another fee for him to do that? It's another process for this?
No, not for an extension.
Okay.
Okay. Well, just so you guys know, we'll probably ask for one, knowing the conditions right now. So do I ask for it now or do I wait till later? or I just work?
Jamie?
Well, if you don't feel like 90 days is adequate, then you can ask for it now. And at the end of whatever the board grants you, you can come back if you still don't think that's adequate.
I would propose a 6-month temporary building. Board members, what's your pleasure?
I'll support that.
I'll second that.
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
Is 6 months all right, Mr. Howell?
You guys are working up a little bit. I don't know if it's me or.
Is 6 months okay? Okay, I think we've lost him. I don't know what our procedure is in this instance.
Sorry to interrupt. I am the general manager of the location you were discussing. I jumped on to support Romaine, and if his signal is still out, I can jump in if you're able to also swear me in as well.
Okay, Mr. Howell, are you back? Mr. Howell, can you hear us? Okay, Ms. Conley, can you state your name, please, for the record?
Brianne Conley.
And if you raise your right hand, please.
That would be my left, sorry.
You swear that the testimony gives tonight with the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do.
Okay. Is the 6-month time period sufficient for the temporary building?
If I could I ask, is it from today's date or is it from the date of the submission for the permit?
It's from today.
From today, so in June, I do think that will be sufficient.
Okay. Okay. So, is there anybody here to speak about this application? Please identify yourself. Okay, I hear no one. Is the board ready to call the question?
I'll call the question for a permit for 6 months.
Okay,
Second.
please call the roll.
Mr. Demora,
Yes.
Mr. Maleka,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, special permit granted, Mr. Howell and Ms. Conley, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Okay, case number 4, 926 and 928 East Livingston Avenue. Will the applicants please take yourself off of mute and state your name for the record?
I'm Kevin Naylor and Brandon.
Okay, can you both raise your right hands? You promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do. I do.
Okay, we'll hear from the city and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. BZA 2106, 926 through 928 East Livingston Avenue is located on the north side of East Livingston Avenue, approximately 33 feet west of South 22nd Street. The site is zoned R2F residential and is located within the Livingston Avenue Area Commission. The applicant proposes to construct a 930 square foot outbuilding, which will include a 2-car garage, a carport, storage room, and covered patio, and requests variances to reduce the required number of parking spaces from 4 to 3, and to reduce the minimum side yard for a garage from 3 feet to 0 feet on the east side. Columbus Citywide planning policies recommend that the design and character of garages should be appropriate and based on nearby structures in terms of height, width, setbacks, lot coverage, roof pitch. Staff recommends that the entirety of the roof is of consistent pitch and is compatible with other garage roof pitches in the immediate area of the property. The Division of Traffic Management states that it would appear the alley that comprises the northern frontage of the site would have a platted width of 19 feet per Plat Book 2. They would need 20 feet of maneuvering, so they'll have to move their garage in 1 foot. The Livingston Avenue Area Commission recommends approval of this request. Staff is also recommending approval. As stated above, C2P2 recommends that the design and character of garages should be appropriate and based on nearby structures in terms of height, width, setback, and lot coverage and roof pitch. Staff recommends that the entirety of the roof is of consistent pitch, which it is, and is compatible with garage roof pitches in the immediate area. Staff will recommend approval as this proposal meets the C2P2 requirements, and we're not asking for any conditions. And we'll turn it back over to the applicant.
Okay. Well, the applicant, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think Jimmy did a good job. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Do the board members have any questions? Is there anybody here to speak about this application? Okay, I see no. Are we ready to call the question?
Call the question.
Madam Chair, hold on. I think there was someone that wanted to speak. Dr. Watson, I believe.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see them. I didn't.
I'm not sure if they're still on mute, but I just got an email saying that they wanted to address the board.
Okay. Mr. or Mrs. Watson, I think his name was. Are you here? Can you speak?
They also emailed me trying to get access. All I could really do is send a link to the meeting. I don't know if it works though.
Yeah, it looks like Michael and I both sent them the meeting invite, so if they're not here, then I suppose we can move on.
Yeah, I don't see anybody in the chat. Okay. Questions have been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Mr. Maleka? Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, answers are granted. Good luck with the project.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, case number 5, 2377 East Broad Street. Will the applicant please take yourself off of mute and state your name for the record?
That's you, Jack.
Where is that?
Here we go. Took a little while.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Jack Reynolds, Smith and Hale. Hang on.
Yeah, tell your.
How's that?
Very good. Thank you. Okay, will you raise your right hand? Yes. Raise your right hand.
Am I having this?
Raise your right
There we
hand,
go.
Mr. Reynolds. I swear that the testimony I give tonight will be the truth and all, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to hear from the city. We're going to get back to you.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, I'll encourage you to call your computer. I'm going to mute you again while I read the presentation. All right, so you've got BZA 20-107 at 2377 East Broad Street, located on the southeast corner of East Broad Street and South Broadway Road. This is within the Eastmore Civic Association and zoned ARLD Apartment Residential Low Density District. In your supplemental packet or email, you'll find an updated site plan. None of the variances were affected by the slight alterations. And at the end of your staff report packet was a email from a concerned citizen regarding the vision zoning clearance, or the vision clearance triangle. Traffic management can do that if you wish. The site is partially developed with a condo development just east of the city of Bexley. Surrounding uses are predominantly commercial along the Broad Street corridor and include a bank, gas station, and strip shopping centers. Single unit dwellings are situated to the south and west. The applicant proposes to finish construction of a 20-unit condominium complex, which consists of 2 buildings with 10 units each. The site received 2 variances in 2017, one for a reduced building setback from Broad Street, Broadway Road, and Chesterfield, and another to reduce rear yard areas behind both of the 10-unit buildings. Alterations to the unbuilt units along Broad Street requires an amendment of the reduced building setback along Broad Street, further reducing the setback to 3 feet, and the addition of a variance reducing the vision clearance triangle at Broad and Broadway. Planning is supportive of the request as the building elevations and landscaping are consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. Planning does not have any comment on the vision clearance triangle request. C2P2 states that the appropriateness of infill development should be measured in terms of height, width, setbacks, and lot coverage, and that multi-unit buildings include usable open space. Furthermore, the guidelines recommend that building materials be of high quality, include building articulation through the use of bays, balconies, cornice lines, and varying roof lines, and that the parking be located behind the building. Lastly, C2P2 recommends that landscaping and street trees be provided. The Division of Traffic Management has no comment regarding this application. The Eastmore Civic Association recommends approval of their request. Staff can recommend approval of the modified condominium configuration as the elevation and landscaping are consistent with C2P2 design guidelines, and we request condition that the applicant commit to the site plan, and that is all.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, do you have anything else to add?
I can certainly, can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you very clear.
There we go. I can answer any questions. As a matter of fact, what the developer learned after building the 10 units to the rear of the property was that the property owners wanted a little more room in their units, and so they've actually dropped one of the units on the north side of the development in order to create some additional square footage for the proposed 9 units. And so we have the private drive as the backstop. So in order to increase some of the square footage, we had to go north towards Broad Street. So therein lies the setback reduction and the site triangle request. So other than that, we think it's going to be an improvement over what was done to the south. We've changed some of the architectural elevation, and we were ready to commit to the site that staff has in front of it.
Okay, Mr. Hayes, can you give us some insight into the vision triangle that you?
Yeah, sure. It's pretty technical in nature. So generally the vision clearance triangles you guys see are more in residential neighborhoods, which we generally have been supporting. This one's more technical because there's actually a stop sign here that stops you from entering East Broad Street. So you theoretically could have a building right in front of that stop sign. To that point, you would be stopping and yielding to the east and west traffic on East Broad Street anyway. So visually, it doesn't pose any issues. I mean, I could see why, a normal person would think that you're losing vision, but you shouldn't be making that decision before you get to the stop sign anyway. So it's more so technical for us. You wouldn't really apply that in normal life unless you were planning to just run the stop sign.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? I'll note that we did have the information from the concerned citizen. And I think Mr. Hayes just spoke to that issue. Okay, seeing no one else, does the board have any other questions for the applicant?
I just got a question. I mean, I'm looking up at Broad Street, and I don't see anything with this close of a setback anywhere along that street. I mean, from a residential look, I mean, if we look, this seems really unusual from a planning standpoint. And again, were these pads previously approved then, the location that they're at?
Yes, sir, Mr. Maleka. The previous approval was for a 15-foot back. So we're only requesting an additional 12-foot forward encroachment into the setback. So yes, those were part of the 2007 that was granted.
Because it looks, I mean, again, the site plan shows this is going to be sitting about 3 feet back from the site, the property line, right?
Yes, but there's a fairly, if you're looking at the elevation there is a fairly deep green space between the area between the sidewalk and the curb as you're heading south, and then from the sidewalk even farther south. So there is a fair amount of green space. You know, you look on either side where the commercial development is, and they're bringing their side, you know, their driveways, et cetera, their parking areas up to the right of way. And so we still have a fair amount of green space in front of our building based on the green space in the right of way, the sidewalk, and then the island between the curb and the sidewalk.
And I assume that existing fence, wrought iron, aluminum fence that's there, that basically is set back 3 feet from this, correct? Did you say?
So again, the front of the building will be set back from that fence.
Okay.
3 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're ready to call the roll. Ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Malika?
No.
Mr. Demora?
No.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes. Let me just make sure that Mr. Wetley has not joined. I don't see him. So your variance is failed.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask to have it reconsidered by one of the individuals, Mr. Maleka or Mora, so that we can work with you all and come back in a month or two? I simply don't want to have to start back all over again. And there is a mechanism that allows me to ask that you consider if one of the individuals who voted no makes the motion to reconsider.
I'll motion to reconsider.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, please call the roll on the motion.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Malika?
Yes.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes. Okay, your issue will be reconsidered, Mr. Reynolds.
I asked now to table the request so that we can come back with something that is more appropriate, and we'll try to address Mr. Demora and Mr. Maleka's concerns.
All right, I'll move the table.
I could second.
Okay. Please call the roll on the tabling.
Mr. Malika?
Yes.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes. Matter is tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get back to staff and on the project once. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you. Case number 6, 705 Mohawk Street. 705 Mohawk Street. Will the applicant take yourself off mute and identify your name for the record?
Dreheim, applicant and attorney for the property.
Okay, I'm sorry. Say your name again, please.
Dreheim, applicant and attorney for the property owner.
Okay, raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony you give tonight be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. We'll hear from the city first, then we'll come back to you, Mr. Dreheim.
Thank you.
Jamie, you there? You're muted. I sent you an unmute request.
Board members, there's a lot of background. I don't know if one of you guys is doing something that's causing noise.
Madam Chair, would you like me to read Jamie's report for him?
Yeah, is he not there?
I sent him an unmute request and he's not responding.
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, I was having a little computer issue here.
Okay.
Are all the audio issues fixed? That's what was, I think, messing me up.
Yeah, we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, so 705 Mohawk Street is located on the west side of Mohawk Street, approximately 160 feet north of East Frankfurt Street. The site is zoned R2F residential and is located within the German Village. As you can see from the slides, the site is developed with a single unit dwelling in a residential neighborhood. The applicant proposes to construct a one-story addition to the rear of the dwelling and requests variances to reduce the required building line from 10 feet to 9 feet 6 inches, reduce the minimum side yard from 3 feet to 0 feet on the north side, and to reduce the required rear yard from 25% to 16.1%. As stated previously, there is no council adopted plan for this area because it's in the German Village Architectural Review Commission. The German Village Commission has recommended approval of this request, and the Division of Traffic Management has no issues with the proposal. Staff can recommend approval as reducing building lines, side yards, and rear yards are common in historic districts such as the German Village, and we're not requesting any conditions. And with that, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Dreheim?
Yeah, I know there was, I guess, comments from the sewer division, Division of Sewer and Drainage. I've been working with Pat Hale because I believe there's an existing private sewer line that goes through the property that's going to need an easement between the neighboring property, which we're working on that. I think that's going to be the main concern, and I think that was going to be kind of a potential condition of approval from BZA is making sure we get this easement taken care of.
Are you saying that the Department of Sewers and Drains is requesting the Board of Zoning Adjustment to approve a sewer easement?
Yeah, there was comments from the staff review that I looked over, and I guess there was an issue with a sewer line underneath that's going to need to be moved or an easement granted in order to do that. And I guess there's a both sewer.
Well, as Chad, as you and I discussed previously, the Board of Zoning Adjustment can't grant that easement. They're just making you, Sewers and Drains are just making you aware of that, so only they can grant that easement. It has nothing to do with zoning.
Right, but I mean, wouldn't the approval be conditional upon us getting that easement?
Not of your zoning variances. The permit, they can hold up your permit, and you'll have to get an easement through Sewers and Drains to get your permit, but you can still get your approval of your variances tonight if the board votes and approves without.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then I'm fine with that. I thought that was something that you guys needed to be aware of or before you could approve, but if not, then yeah, I'm fine with that.
Great.
I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I know routinely we have a condition of a cross-maintenance access agreement when we allow basically a zero lot line variance. Is there a reason we're not asking for it here?
Because it's an extension of an existing condition is why.
Right, but that's why they're here for the variance. So I guess we could catch the wrongdoing now.
Right, we only do that when it's a new condition, but since this is an existing condition that's just being, for example, if it burnt down or if they want to get refinancing, they would have to get the variance. But if it were a new condition, then we would ask for that maintenance easement agreement. But if you as the board want to impose that, you're more than welcome if the applicant agrees to it.
Well, I'm just trying to be consistent. And so you're saying basically because the existing house is already on the lot line. I mean, it almost begs the question, why do we have to even give it a variance? I mean, you're giving it a grandfathering condition based on the existing resident and then saying we have to give the variance for this, but we don't have to. It's like giving half of it, but not all of it. It doesn't matter to me as long as the city's guiding us and saying it's fine to do it this way.
Yeah, zoning clearance would not require the easement. But if you feel that it would be consistent to ask the applicant to get that easement, then that's up to you. But city staff is not requesting it.
Not that big of a deal. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Drayon? Is there anybody?
I just want to make you aware that Mr. Webley is on the call now.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for my delay.
No, that's all right. Are you here for the whole case or you?
No, I was not. I will recuse myself of this case.
Okay, we'll get you next time. Is there anybody here to speak about this application? Okay, seeing none, does the board have any further questions or are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Jones? Mr. Maleka?
Yes.
Mr. Demore?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, variance is granted. Good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Okay, case number 7, 815 Hamlet Street. 815 Hamlet Street. Will the applicant please take yourself off mute, turn your camera on, and state your name for the record? Applicant, are you there?
Mr. Parrish is not muted.
Mr. Parrish, can you state your name for the record?
Brad Parrish,
Okay.
applicant. All right.
That's all right. Raise your right hand, please. You swear that the testimony you give tonight with the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do.
Okay, we'll hear from the city first and then we'll come back to you.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is BZA 2111 at 815 Hamlet Street, located on the west side of Hamlet Street, approximately 375 feet south of East First Avenue. This is within the Italian Village Commission and the R4 residential district. The site consists of a parcel developed with a single unit dwelling. Low density residential development surrounds the property. The applicant proposes to add a 2-story addition to the rear of the existing dwelling and a detached garage. Variances are requested to conform the existing building setback and reduce side yard for the dwelling, which the addition will also take advantage of. Finally, an additional variance is requested to reduce the side yard of the detached garage. There is no council adopted plan for this area. The Planning Division defers to the Italian Village Commission on matters of design. The Division of Traffic Management has no comment regarding this application. The Italian Village Commission recommends approval of this request. Staff can recommend approval of the dwelling extension and garage as they are consistent with the development pattern of the surrounding neighborhood and with the Italian Village Design Review Guidelines. all, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Mr. Parrish, do you have anything else to add to this application?
I do not at this time. Can answer any questions.
Board members, do we have any questions? Okay, I'll ask if there's anybody to speak for or against this application. Please identify yourself. Okay, I see no one.
I'll call a question.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Welderly? Oh. Mr. Maleka?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, variance is granted. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Case
What was
number.
the vote for Old Ellie?
I'm sorry, what?
What was the vote for Eric?
Eric was on mute, so we didn't vote.
Oh.
No, I'm actually sorry, guys. I actually lost connection, so I had to drop off and then reconnect, and I'm reconnected through my cell phone because my wireless connection is not working that well. So I apologize. I will recuse myself of that vote as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Welderly?
Yes.
Since we don't have video of you, before you vote, you'll have to state your name and then your vote.
Okay, I apologize. I'm still working on. I'm actually in my office, which I don't typically do these calls from. So, working on a little bit of IT issues, but I'll get it done.
Great.
Okay. Next case is 1648 Neal Avenue. 1648 Neal Avenue. Can the applicant take yourself off mute? State your name for the record, please.
This is Mike Beto with GPD Group.
Okay, raise your right hand. Mr. Beto, raise your right hand.
His video's backwards.
Oh, I didn't even see a hand at all.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
You promise that the testimony you'll give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
Yep.
Great. Okay. City staff will hear from you, then we'll come back to you, Mr. Beto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. BZA 20-112 at 1648 Neal Avenue is located on the east side of Neal Avenue, approximately 100 feet off of 11th Avenue in the University Area Commission and Zone C4 Commercial District. The site consists of a single parcel developed with a mixed-use building and monopole communications tower. The site is surrounded by institutional buildings associated with The Ohio State University. The applicant proposes alterations to the existing monopole communications tower enclosure. Variances are requested to maintain chain link fencing around the enclosure, as well as not providing vegetative screening. Additionally, the monopole enclosure is expanding and displacing one parking space, which you can see there on the screen, thus requiring a variance to legitimize the existing condition minus the single space. Planning has no comment regarding the altering of the monopole. However, staff recommends introducing landscaping to the alley. The University District Plan does not address monopoles directly, but recommends landscaping to be considered to enhance structures. As such, planning recommends the applicant the landscaping treatments for the alley. The Division of Traffic Management can support the parking variance. The University Area Commission recommends approval of the request. City staff can recommend approval. Monopole telecommunications antennas are necessary for wireless communications and are permitted by the zoning code in some commercial and manufacturing districts. Variances requested for monopole screening are appropriate due to the location of the monopole being screened by buildings fronting Neal Avenue. No conditions. And I'll answer any questions.
Madam Chair, I have a question of the staff.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I'm confused. So this whole lot is just a pole? I mean, I'm a little confused.
So on the site plan, you see there, the left side of the lot is developed with a mixed-use building, and then that shaded area is parking, and the monopole, just the enclosure at the bottom, the southern end of the lot, right there. So the monopole isn't the entire lot; it's just a small portion of it. But the enclosure is growing and displacing the parking space, so they need some variances.
So there's a restaurant or bar in front of it. Can you go back to that you just had?
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
it's called
So
Hangover.
no, the one right before that with the parking cars in front. So that's I'm looking at the pole, and you're talking about the building on that diagram. Is that restaurant right there? Is that what you're saying?
There is a restaurant, a bank, and 18 single unit or single well, in that building.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
The whole building requires 31 by code. There are 22 on the site, and they're looking an additional one due to part of the antenna enclosure, so reducing to 21.
I am hearing other stuff, not you. I'm sorry.
And Mr. Beto, I think there's some background coming from your microphone. Is that you?
I could try muting for now.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
Any other questions?
Bill, do you have any other questions?
No, I think I understand it now.
Okay. Do we have questions for the applicant? Is there anybody here to speak about this application? Please take yourself off mute. Okay, seeing none. Mr. Beto, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I guess just the only thing I really have to say is obviously this tower is existing. My assumption is it's the city's preference to co-locate on existing towers versus putting up new ones. We did look at the university to the west there, that it's their policy not to allow any rooftop co-locations. So basically anything to the west was off limits, kind of similar to the east, north, and south. We didn't really want to put a new basically cell facility on top of an existing building there. Since the tower is there, that was, in our opinion, obviously the minimal visual impact and impact to anything else really there. So this was just, like I said, our effort to be as unintrusive as possible here, make use of existing infrastructure, and just not put up a new tower.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
Mr. Welderly?
Yes.
Mr. Maleka?
Yes.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, variance is granted. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, case number 918 and 1918 and a half, Mount Pleasant Avenue. Will the applicant please take yourself off of mute and state your name for the record?
Bradley Blumenscheid, Rhythm Architecture.
Okay, Mr. Bloomschild, would you raise your right hand? Promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do.
Okay, we will hear from the city and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 918 and a half Mount Pleasant Avenue is located on the east side of Mount Pleasant Avenue, approximately 110 feet north of East First Avenue, served by the Italian Village Commission, zoned R4 residential. The site is developed with a 2-unit dwelling with parking spaces in the rear. Surrounding uses include single-unit dwellings to the west, north, and south, and apartments to the east. The applicant proposes to construct a 2-car detached garage and an adjacent parking space along the alley. The variances are to increase the building lot coverage from 50% to 52%, to reduce the house's side yard from 5 feet to 0.5 feet and to reduce the garage's side yard from 3 feet to 1 foot. There's no council adopted plan for the area, and we did receive a certificate of appropriateness for exterior alterations from Italian Village. City departments recommend approval as the proposal is not incompatible with the general character of the neighborhood and is consistent with the precedent for variances in the neighborhood. The applicant shall enter into a recorded maintenance easement agreement for the garage and house with the adjacent property owner to the south, Madam Chair.
Okie dokie. Mr. Blumenchild, do you have anything?
No, really. Adding the garage and the additional space is what kicked in the variance for the side yard setback. The existing house, we figured we would throw that in just to bring the entire site up to current zoning compliance. So we tried to get it down to the 50% coverage, but we just couldn't get the numbers to work to get the space needed.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application?
I'll call the question then.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Welderly?
Yes.
Mr. Malika?
Yes.
Mr. DeMora?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, variance is granted. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay. Case number 10, 6271 Hayden Run Road. The applicant, take yourself off of mute and state your name for the record.
Good evening. This is Rebecca Mott with the Plank Law Firm, 411 East Town Street, Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, Ms. Mott, can you repeat, do you promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Please state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, the city.
It's currently muted, Jamie.
Thanks, Michael. Some background noise here, so. Okay, so BZA 2115 is located at 6271 Hayden Run Road, is located at the southeast corner of Hayden Run Road and Leopard Road. The site is Zone T&D Traditional Neighborhood Development and is located within Hayden Run Civic Association. The site is currently undeveloped. Surrounding uses are multi-unit residential dwellings. The applicant proposes a child daycare center and requests a number of variances to the traditional neighborhood development chapter of the zoning code, specifically to increase the required number of parking spaces from 34 to 40, to increase the building setback from 6 feet to 40 feet, to allow a front door that does not open directly to a frontage line on a principal thoroughfare, to not use a shop front type facade along retail frontages, to reduce the frontage build out from 80% to 21%, and to increase the building setback from 6 feet to 40 feet. Columbus citywide planning policies state that buildings should be parallel to and facing the street, as well as parking areas being placed at the rear of the side of the building and hidden to the greatest extent possible. The Division of Traffic Management can support the requested variances if they do not affect the configuration of the proposed site access point to Hayden Run Road. A traffic access study has been submitted for this proposal and is under review. There may be a need for improvements to be completed at the proposed site access point to Hayden Run Road based on the results of the approved traffic access study in conjunction with the final site compliance plan for the proposed development. The West Side Area Commission recommends approval of this request, as does city staff. Although the circulation drive separating the building from the Hayden Run frontage is inconsistent with C2P2 guidelines, staff acknowledges limitation of the site's dimensions and placement of parking spaces away from the street frontage as mitigating factors and are therefore in support of its placement on the site plan. Staff notes that the building elevations are consistent with C2P2 design guidelines, stating street level facades be as transparent as possible. The only condition we are requesting is that the inclusion of street trees along Hayden Run Road will be installed along with consultation from the city forester. With that, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, Ms. Mott, are you in agreement with the condition by the city that the street trees along Hayden Run Road be planted?
Hi there. I believe we would definitely be interested in working with the forester on that. I'm wondering how much space we have as landscaping green space to provide it along the frontage and how much minimum caliber inches it has to be, but we're definitely willing to work with them, and if they can be installed according to code, we would do that. Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add about this application?
I do have a presentation, but I would just like to, at this time, take questions if the board has any, and maybe then get into the presentation.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I definitely have a question
Go ahead.
If it's right. And my question really is, if it's a daycare, which is, constantly having cars move in and out from the hours of, call it 7 to 9, and then, 11 to 1, and then 4 to 6, without the traffic plan, are we right to be talking about this now, or should we wait? I guess that's my question.
And I can help address that. So the parking variance we're requesting is not a reduction of a minimum requirement of parking spaces, which is the typical variance request you receive.
I appreciate you're expanding parking.
Oh, hold on.
I think
I'm sorry. Could I finish?
Bill Demora, or board member Demora is happy that we're expanding parking.
Okay, could I finish? I was going to start with that and then finish with the parking study we did do, or the access study we did do. So we are actually creating additional spaces than the maximum number required, which is 40 from 34. So we have a 6-space variance request that actually exceeds the maximum number of parking spaces required. Next, we did do an access study. That is not a full traffic impact study, but rather an access study, which was required by the traffic department. We have submitted that. We've held meetings with traffic department related to the discussion, related to just the improvement of a turning lane on Hayden Run Road. And we are certainly going to do what is required of us, but the traffic department thought that the access study discussions could be held during final site compliance plan process and not hold up the variance procedure because it does not impact the variances being requested under this BZA application. In fact, again, we're going to work with traffic department during final site compliance plan process. We have a traffic consultant, a third-party expert in the area that has analysis and conclusions made that there's no improvements that are required for this development. Traffic department is willing to talk to us about that further, and I think we should defer that to the final site compliance plan stage of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I'm assuming this parcel is being split?
Yes, sir. So this parcel is, the address is 6223 Hayden Run Road. I think it's 2.7 acres right now, and we're going to utilize just over 1 acre. So yes, there's going to be a lot split before the client, the developer, can purchase the site, and that lot split will be done by the closing.
Is there any anticipation of a connection to Leopard Road through that next parcel?
I would think that the traffic department in the future, when that western parcel is developed, would want an access point off of Leopard, as well as this common access drive that you see on the common lot line of this lot split parcel. So the western portion will have access from Hayden, and probably leopard. And this site, this 1 acre site for this daycare will only be utilizing the one curb cut access, the full curb cut there on Hayden Run Road.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have anybody here that wants to speak about this application?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that my colleague's question actually got answered because I was asking you, I mean, his question about, are we doing this before the parking study is completed? It was his question, and I don't know if that's a staff question. I think it was mainly a staff question, not a question for the applicant, but since the study has not been done, are we jumping the gun here or not? And that's a Jamie question, I guess.
Well, could
Sure,
I please
Mr.
answer?
Mr. Demora, I can answer that.
Okay.
We were in talks with the Division of Traffic Management, and while the variances being requested will not have, or the traffic impact study will not have any impact on the variances being requested, they will have to meet all the requirements of the traffic study before they get final sign compliance. So approval tonight will not affect that one bit.
Okay, that was the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any more questions? Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
The question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Demora,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Welderly,
No.
Mr. Maleka,
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variances are granted. Good luck with the project.
Thank you very much.
Case number 11, 1444 Joyce Avenue. Will the applicant please take yourself off mute and state your name for the record?
Hi, Chair Palmer. It's Laura Comack here on behalf of the property owner Smart Truck Express LLC.
Okay. Do you swear the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth? Please state I do.
I do, so help me God.
Okay. City, we'll hear from you first.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. This case may seem somewhat familiar as we just heard it last month. If you may recall, 1444 Joyce Avenue is located at the northeast corner of Joyce Avenue and Windsor Avenue. The applicant received approval from the board for variances to allow the site to be used as a truck storage lot. That was in December. The applicant is back before us tonight to request a special permit for a portable building to be used as a construction trailer and for security. The North Central Plan does not address portable buildings. However, the North Central Area Commission recommends approval of this request, and the Division of Traffic Management has no issues with the proposal. Therefore, staff can recommend approval as the request is for a temporary portable building. We are requesting that it be time limited, otherwise it would be permanent, and the special permit should be valid for a period of 2 years from the date of this board order. With that, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, Ms. Comack, are you fine with the 2-year time period?
I'm super cool with it, but I have a limitation actually. I just want to be precise with my language here. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry. There. So I followed up with the area commission, for several months, as you know. We made an agreement, and I'm reading from it, that the owner agreed that we would limit the request to 18 months, renewable upon request at that time. And that was just us keeping the neighborhood, making sure that we were coming along with our construction. So normally we do the 2 years, but I was just keeping with what we promised area commission.
Okay, so you want 18 months.
Yes, please. With the caveat that we might come back. Remember, it's like a big 3-step construction thing, so.
That's fine. Do you have anything else to add about the application?
Not a thing, thank you.
Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this request? I didn't think there would be.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Maleka, Mr. Malika?
He may be having a
connection.
connection issue.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Welderly?
Yes.
Mr. Malika? Okay. Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, special permit granted. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Okay, last case, 6235 Westerville Road. Will the applicant please take yourself off of mute and state your name for the record?
Hi, this is John Stevenson. I'm the attorney for the applicant, and I have two co-presenters, Sean Mental and Shara Tyne.
Okay, well, Sean and I think it says Sarah?
Shara.
Huh?
Shara.
Oh, Tara. Sorry. Okay. Will you please state your names for the record as well?
Sean Mental.
Shara Dine.
Okay, will the three of you raise your hands? You promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state, I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay. We will hear from the city, and then I will have you, Mr. Stevenson, be the lead, and then you can bring in your cohorts as you need them.
I'm sorry, I still haven't. I'm having trouble understanding what is it. Sarah? I'm having trouble with that name.
It's
Shara.
It's
SHARA.
Yeah.
And your last name? Oh, there it is. I see.
DINE.
Thank you.
All right, I'll preface this staff report with the fact that we're going to have quite a few speakers afterwards. We have a group of speakers that we've been in contact with for a long time called the Citizen Pollution Watch. We're going to let them go first. There are 8 of them. I'm going to call them in the order that they asked to be called.
You mean after the applicant has their time, right?
Yeah, I'm talking like in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to everyone else after that.
Okay.
So, application BZA 20-056. This is at 6235 Westerville Road, located on the south and west sides of the terminus of Emmerich Road. This is within the Northland Community Council and zoned LM Limited Manufacturing. The proposal is to legitimize conditions at an existing asphalt recycling center and install a helipad. After the staff reports were finalized, a resolution was provided by Blendon Township, along with a report from the Friends of Alum Creek and tributaries. Both of those were emailed to you, board members. All right, the site consists of 3 parcels, one developed with an office building, equipment maintenance building, and another with an asphalt plant and laboratory. That's a portable building. The third parcel, along with portions of the others, is also being utilized as a salvage yard. The site is adjacent to Alum Creek, with apartments on the opposite City of Columbus property for the Alum Creek Trail, I-270 Outer Belt, and manufacturing uses. The site first received a council variance to establish an asphalt plant in 1999. The rezoning was approved in 2001 to the LM Limited Manufacturing District, spent an asphalt plant, construction storage, and office development on the site. 2 zoning code violation orders exist from August 2019. The first cites the exterior storage and processing of salvaged asphalt without a junk and salvage yard. No fencing around said salvage operation, piles of salvage materials over the maximum height of 10 feet, and not obtaining a certificate of zoning clearance or special permits for the exterior storage of salvaged asphalt or the use of a portable building. The second cites the expansion of the asphalt plant operation, include the exterior storage of aggregate equipment and vehicles without zoning clearance. The applicant is requesting 3 special permits to legitimize the exterior salvage operation, permit a portable building to be utilized as a laboratory, and allow a helipad on the site. Additionally, variances are requested to reduce storage setbacks and separation requirements from adjacent residential property and interior lot lines, eliminate fencing requirements, and increase material pile heights to 60 feet. Planning is generally supportive of the proposal, but requests fabric fencing and additional landscaping in the form of street trees along the Emmerich Road right-of-way frontage of the site. The Northland Area Plan states that landscaping should be used to soften industrial buildings along front elevations or elevations that face public streets. As such, planning supports the variances, but requests that fabric fencing and street trees be provided along the Emmerich Road right-of-way frontage. The Division of Traffic Management has no comment regarding this application. The Northland Community Council recommends disapproval of this request. The Westerville City Council approved resolution number 2021-04, a resolution opposing City of Columbus Board of Zoning Adjustment application BZA 20-056, submitted by Scioto Materials LLC, requesting special permits and variances at 6235 Westerville Road, Columbus, Ohio, on January 19th, 2021. And as I mentioned earlier, additionally, Blendon Township also passed a resolution opposing this application. An asphalt plant has existed on the site for greater than 2 decades. Changes to the operation led to zoning code violation orders, which BZA 20-056 seeks to rectify. In response to the requested special permit and variance request, city staff requested fabric fencing and additional landscaping in the form of street trees along Emmerich Road right-of-way frontage of the site. Although the use is generally supported, the applicant has not agreed to provide the requested landscaping and screening. The staff recommends disapproval of the special permit and variance application as presented. And if you do end up recommending approval of this, we would want the condition included that the applicant commit to the stamped site plan. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
So
Mr.
Michael, you just cited the City of Westerville Council and Blendon Township. They voted to ask us to deny the application. Can you clarify that for me? And then maybe help me understand what standing they have to do any of that?
They passed resolutions opposing this. I was instructed to include them in the staff report. I don't know of any standing that they have to influence you guys as a decision-making body.
So basically, it's no different than somebody submitting an objection, an email, for example, that they've submitted earlier in the day. Doesn't sound like it has any standing. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so let me make some general comments before we get into this case, because based on the number of squares that I see still remaining, this is going to take us a while to get into, and that's fine. We're not going to rush. As I hope everyone has seen, we do take all comments in, and we want to hear from everyone. Here's what I will say. After my review of this case and talking to staff, the applicant already has the right to do what they are doing on their property. And this variance is not going to take that away. So let me just make that clear. So I will ask the applicant to speak to their EPA studies as objectionable uses that involve gases, fumes, particles, all of those things. That is out of our expertise, and we rely on the Ohio agency that manages that. For this case, it is the EPA, and so we will hear from them regarding their latest study. As I know, in 2015, they had a study. They failed on the first try and they passed on the second try. and the EPA indicated that there was smell, but it was not to a threshold that caused it to be a nuisance. And so I would like to hear from the applicant on the EPA issue. The applicant has 5 minutes. Normally, because of this case, we will extend it to 10, and then we will make a judgment after that. For the folks in the audience, we have a 3-minute threshold for comments. I understand that many of you have gotten together and have planned your comments, and I love that because we like to hear different items. When we hear the same thing over and over, it does not change our perspective. We can hear it one time and we can grasp the concept. We will not take time away from you if we ask you more questions and we engage in a dialogue with you. But let me be clear, this is not a time for you to ask us questions, nor is it a time for you to ask the applicant any questions. You are stating your truth and your perspective. This will go smoothly if we all follow the rules and be respectful of each other. If we want to give you more time, we will. But once your time is up and you have relinquished the mic, you don't get to come back to it. So please be thoughtful about that as you're preparing your comments. I know it's hard because we're not sitting next to each other in the room and we don't know what others are going to say, but hopefully you have each other's numbers and you can coordinate like that. So let's get into this and we will come up with a fair and equitable solution at the end, and we hope everyone feels like they were heard. Okay, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add a little additional background to what staff said about the site. I think they gave a really good presentation on the history, but just a little bit of additional background. So when we were researching the history of the overall industrial park, which includes not only our site, but also Anderson Concrete, which is a concrete production plant, Metro Materials, which is the material supplier, and Kurtz Bros Mulch and Soils, which is a landscape supplier, we found that there is evidence of asphalt production that's been occurring here since at least June of 1995. We got that from a staff report that was dated June 1995 for the Anderson Concrete site, where they noted that there was an existing concrete and asphalt production plant. And our research doesn't go back any further than that because 1995 is the time that this site was annexed into Columbus. So as far as it's been a part of Columbus, it has been used as an asphalt production plant. Now, as noted by staff, asphalt production for our applicant here was specifically permitted in a 1999 council variance. And in 2001, the applicant rezoned the site to limited manufacturing to keep the asphalt production, but also to build Kokosing's headquarters, which houses over 300 employees right next to that asphalt plant. In connection with 1995 and 2001 rezonings, to address concerns of the Northland Community Council at that time, the applicants granted the City of Columbus a scenic easement to protect a Lone Creek frontage, which is west of the property. In 2001, our client believed that the processing of reclaimed asphalt pavement, or RAP, was permitted by their limitation text, which specifically permits asphalt product processing. However, due to what appears to be a recent interpretation of the term salvage under the Columbus City Code, processing of RAP means the site is now classified as a salvage yard. Our client was made aware of that classification of salvage yard when they were issued the code violation notice, as staff noted, and that's the reason we're here, to bring us into compliance based on the information we received with that code violation notice.
So hold on a second, Mr. Stevenson. Is it your position that when you first got the variance, the special permit, I'm sorry, in 1999 and 2001, that you felt as if the salvaging that you were doing was a permitted use under that special permit?
Yeah, from my discussions with the client, we've actually always used RAP material in the production of asphalt, which is a common practice among asphalt producers. So I good faith belief is that at that time, we understood that we could use RAP product.
And Jamie, is it your position that there was a change in definition of the code at some point after 1999?
Mr. Stevenson, what kind of material did you say you were using?
Recycled asphalt. So just you take, pavement that's broken up and you bring it into the site and then use it in the production.
What was that specific word you said? Something material?
Oh, yeah, it's the industry term. It's called RAP. It's reclaimed asphalt pavement.
Got it. So, Chair Palmer, that's the difference, and that's the necessity for the special permit. When it originated as a batch plant or a concrete plant, they were taking raw materials and making concrete. What they're doing now is recycling or salvaging old concrete, and that is now a requirement of a special permit.
But to be clear, our understanding is that we've always used recycled asphalt for our.
And John is correct that it was only been until recently that we've lumped in batch plants as a recycling product. So they were legitimate operation, and now they are falling under the guise of recycling and salvage.
Ah, okay.
And Jamie, for just my benefit really quick, this is a new concept, I'm assuming, and we approved one other place over on Fifth Avenue for doing the same thing. The notion of doing existing materials rather than raw materials, that's the distinction you're making, right?
That's the distinction the code makes currently, but we've done this 25 times since I've been with the city. I mean, Frank Road, Fifth Avenue, on the east. I mean, this is a special permit that the BZA reviews often.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stevenson.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, so as I was saying, the only difference, and as you guys kind of already discussed, is that in recycled asphalt, you thin old asphalt and some virgin materials to get the product. With virgin materials, you use all virgin materials. And there's no dispute about whether or not the site can be used to produce asphalt from virgin materials. That is clear under our limitation test. So as the salvage yard requires a special permit and development standards for a salvage yard are more intensive, we want to bring the historical operations of the site into compliance. So we worked with staff to identify the different variances that we would need and the special permits, which are all contained in our request. And we believe that these requests are in line with the intent and spirit of the code, and that the situation represents a significant hardship for the applicant, and it would be equitable for the board to grant the requested permit and variances. I'd also like to note that through the application process, we did meet with the Northland Community Council, and as you guys are aware of, we received several comments from the community about environmental issues in connection with the asphalt plant, and understand that there are concerns regarding the environmental impact of the site. That's why we passed Shara here to speak to those and answer any questions. Finally, this is a note. We've included the helipad because Coasting had intended to apply for the helipad to a separate special permit application, and it just made sense that since we already had this one pending to include it for efficiency. So I'm happy to answer any questions and to walk through any of the variances with you guys. And maybe at this point, it would be good to turn over to Shara to discuss the 2015 citation and our current compliance.
Yeah, yes, I would like to hear from Shara about the EPA issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said, my name is Shara Dine. I am an environmental consultant, which means I help industry comply with their air, water, hazardous waste permitting requirements. I actually testified or supported the asphalt plant over by the airport on Fifth Avenue. It's my understanding that really the only thing affecting this hearing is the RAP storage piles. But I can see by all the people that environmental compliance is a concern. I did speak with Ohio EPA today. I did review the past violations. So, Ms. Eleanor, the carbon monoxide, the violation you mentioned in 2015 was for a carbon monoxide violation when they did a stack test. They tuned their burner and were immediately back into compliance, and that hasn't been an issue since. They have retested. They just tested in 2020, and they passed. They were well below, very, very below their emission limitations for their air permit. So as far as the asphalt plant is concerned, they're in compliance. They've had ambient studies done. There's a VOC, volatile organic compound study done where US EPA came in. I mean, the site has received some attention you don't normally see in Ohio for asphalt plants. And the results were inconclusive. The results were there is no environmental impact from the asphalt plant. They measured upwind, downwind at the site, and essentially there was no increase in VOC emissions, which would, you know, be your polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that citizens would be concerned about. And there was no conclusive data that the asphalt plant contributed to an adverse impact. So they have US EPA monitoring them. They have Ohio EPA monitoring them. Their air permit is in place with, you know, 10 pages of record keeping and documentation proving that they are in compliance. I spoke with Adam Novak today, who is the Ohio EPA inspector. He also let me know about the 2015 violation, that it was resolved. I have the letter of them resolving it. He said they're in compliance with their record keeping, their reporting requirements, and that Ohio EPA has no issues with the site. He did tell me that they receive frequent odor complaints. If you work in the asphalt world, it does smell. It doesn't mean that smell is hurting you. I can go into details. I'll wait to take questions from the board on what you want to hear. I don't want to chew up too much time, but regarding recycled asphalt pavement, it's been used in the asphalt industry since the 70s. There is no, I mean, we use RAP, that's what we refer to it as, recycled asphalt pavement, RAP. We use it as fill material. There have been numerous studies, Florida, Virginia, Indiana, New Jersey, Maryland. They've all done extensive studies on recycled asphalt pavement storage piles. And it's a non-hazardous material. It does not contribute any, you know, heavy metals or toxics to stormwater runoff. It's used for fill, so it's allowed to be put into groundwater. When we use RAP, it has advantages in engineering, economic, and especially environmental benefits. If we don't reuse that material, then as taxpayers, we have to pay for material handling for disposal in a landfill. So it's a resource that we need. It's required by the Department of Transportation for certain properties and the roads that we drive on. Honestly, it saves taxpayers millions annually. So as far as the RAP goes, there are no environmental consequences as far as air or water. When they
Madam
use
Chair,
RAP, they're...
Can I ask a question of Ms. Stein? I'm just trying to get the time frames correct. So you had, or at least the property had a notice of violation from EPA. What year was that?
2015.
So it's now 2021. Since that point in time, and you've already indicated that you've corrected that notice of violation, correct?
Correct.
And you've not had another notice of violation from the EPA, correct?
Not that I'm aware of. I have not been provided with any.
Okay, I just
Talked
wanted
with
to
Ohio
make sure.
EPA.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I have the timeframes. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have any other questions, board members? Just as, you know, foundational understanding of the issue at hand. Okay, we will open it up to the residents, and I think, Michael, you have the ordering of that. If you are here and you're not on this list, you can still speak. We just know that there was a group of people that came up with an order, so we'll hear from those folks first.
All right, Jenny Morgan.
Please take your, actually, everybody that's still here, can we get you to get on camera, take yourself off of mute, and I can swear everybody in at the same time? You're planning on speaking. This will be very helpful for us.
My right hand.
I'm not sure if Amy Asper and Barbara Rousey are planning on speaking. If so, can you take your cameras, can you put your camera on?
I'll just take everybody off mute and then remute everyone.
Perfect.
Or maybe I can't do that.
Okay. Take yourselves off of mute if you can. And then when it's your turn to speak, you can just state your name for the record and indicate you are being sworn. Okay. So you promise to tell the truth in the testimony tonight, nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Okay. Great. Who was first?
Well, I guess we should probably start with Dave Paul of the Northland Community Council and then move to those speakers.
Mr. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Dave Paul. I chair the Northland Community Council Development Committee. We met with the applicant's attorney on December 2nd. Many of the folks who are here tonight actually were in attendance as members of the public to address the applicant and our committee members. I won't restate all their arguments because they're here to state them themselves, actually. But our committee did ultimately vote to recommend disapproval of the application. The vote was 16-0. It was on the basis, again, we understand that the board understands the law involved, but this is one of those unique situations where we as a committee feel we should be reflective of the concerns of our neighbors and the quality of life that they enjoy in their neighborhoods. It's something that we bring uniquely to the system that we could not expect you necessarily to appreciate. On that basis, we did recommend approval. We appreciate your attention to their concerns as we provided attention to their concerns, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
What was the, I'm sorry, go ahead, somebody else questioning.
Mr. Paul, did you say that you recommended approval or disapproval?
I'm not sure what I said, but we recommended disapproval.
Okay.
And the vote was 16-0 to recommend disapproval.
Was there a specific variance that, or are you talking about the special permit?
We discussed whether to take votes on the individual elements that were being requested, the special permit versus the variances and so forth. And our committee concluded that they did not support the special variances, and therefore they felt that the one vote on the special, on the special permit was basically a request to disapprove the entire application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any does board members have any questions for Mr. Paul?
Yeah, I do. So if I understand you correctly, the neighbors that you're describing, not necessarily members of your organization, you took their sentiment or their perspective and the group wholly voted based on their input. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Well, no, it's not wholly based on their input because we also heard from the applicant's attorney, Mr. Stevenson, who presented a case as he did here tonight, described what his client wished to do and why they wished to do it. Again, our committee, I think, understood that the production of asphalt on this site is a long-standing practice. We did not feel, however, that the introduction of RAP, as it was described to us, was necessarily appropriate, or more specifically, the preparation of those materials on site. Again, we're not engineers either. We don't pretend to be. But our concern pertained to the grinding and other preparation that goes into these recycled materials before they're added to the asphalt. We appreciate that we want to keep those materials out of the landfill, but we did not feel that this site was an appropriate location to prepare those materials for introduction to the asphalt. If all they were doing was the same asphalt production they've done for years, I don't think our committee would have voted to disapprove the application.
And I'm curious, what would be an appropriate area?
Again, we're not engineers. We couldn't say exactly what would be an appropriate area, other than the fact we were hearing from members of the community who you'll hear from tonight about how is impacting their quality of life. And they are, in effect, our community, our constituents as a community council.
Mr. Paul, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Matt. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Paul, this is Mr. Demora.
Yes, sir.
So if I understood what was said earlier by the application's attorney, they've been doing this and didn't know they've been doing and using RAP for a long time and just realized that when the rules changed that they need a new permit. So I don't understand why, if they've been doing it for a long time and your community council didn't know it, and you just said that if they were doing what they were doing before, they'd probably be fine with it, but they've been doing this.
What we heard from members of the community is that the impact on their quality of life is something that's increased in the past 5 years or so. So I can't address the contradiction that you were describing between what Mr. Stevenson has told you and what our members of the community have told us as well. Our sense is that the problem has increased and is affecting the quality of life of our neighbors. Perhaps the neighbors will be able to better explain that than we possibly could. I think they're prepared to do that. So I'm not certainly indicating that Mr. Stevenson has misled you. I can only say our understanding is the problem has increased in the last 5 years because of an activity that is now determined to not be in compliance with the zoning on the site, and we are not supporting changing the zoning on the site to permit it.
And Madam Chair, I think to Mr. Demora's point, to Mr. Paul, I asked this question earlier, but the last notice of violation from the Environmental Protection Agency was in 2015, and it was corrected. So if there's no environmental impacts since 2015 that have not been corrected, you're focused in on a zoning issue and not on the health and wellness of the community, because that's not in the purview of the zoning authority. That's in the purview of the Environmental Protection Agency and or the Ohio Department of Health.
Mr. Paul, did you have the benefit of hearing about the EPA studies and before you made the vote?
I do not recall specifically. I think the question may have come up, and I'm not quite sure to what degree Mr. Stevenson was able to answer it in the meeting. Ms. Dine was not at our meeting, so I'm not sure that question was answered definitively in our meeting. I will say again, our committee understands that we have perhaps some latitude that this board may not have in terms of our ability to consider issues that are not, strictly speaking, zoning issues that affect quality of life of our neighbors. It's a perspective that we bring to this process, and we are sharing with you our perspective that this is in fact not an appropriate use of the land, specifically because of its impact on the neighbors, not specifically because of the legalities surrounding its current zoning.
No, and I can say, at least for myself, I appreciate that, Mr. Paul. I'm just asking, questions of whether or not you've pursued other avenues given that the last violation that at least we've heard about was 2015.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'd like actually then to defer to the community members who addressed our committee. I would only emphasize again that our committee was unanimous in that we did not support the application. But other than that, I would like you to hear from the other community members who are being patient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, Michael.
Yep. All right, Benny Morgan, are you here? I see you are muted, and I've requested that you unmute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
we
me?
can.
Yes.
Okay. Before I start and get my time starts, can I ask about the board receiving our 28-page letter, our argument? Was that all received and read?
Yes, we received.
Read by all board members?
Yes, we received your packet. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll begin. So I'm a preschool teacher, but for 8 years I've been on another mission to end the suffering related to this salvage yard and the asphalt plant it feeds. Kekosing set up this 600,000 ton a year asphalt operation in our neighborhood 21 years ago. A Title V major polluter. They failed to secure their air permit, and the state of Ohio sued them. Shelly Materials, co-owner of this plant, was running another plant nearby back then. They too were sued by the state for major air violations. They ignore the laws. Evidenced yet again by placing the salvage yard years ago under the radar. And yet they tell you they've operated without issue. Condo owners would have liked a chance back then to prevent the huge salvage piles now out their back doors. You heard a case recently where Proto Inc. sought permits for an impound lot. The West family opposed, testifying the lot was hurting their property, similar to what we're saying. It interrupted their sleep. This interrupts ours. It smelled of gasoline, ours of noxious odors. People enter their yard, odors, dust, and noise enter ours. The board voted it was substantially detrimental to their quality of life and rejected the application. One board member saying, part of the public good is what it does to a neighbor. Well, we are the neighbors here, and we are suffering. Bonnie, the cancer survivor, can't sleep because of the noise. Amanda moved her family away because of these odors. And Beckett is reluctant to shop in Westerville anymore. And now they want to add a heliport hundreds of feet from the condos and avoid codes to protect us. The NCC, Westerville, and Blendon Township all disapprove. We're unified because we have suffered so long, but also because we're rallying around an exciting plan to transform this industrial site. But what developer wants to put a hotel and retail next to a salvage yard and an asphalt plant? Kekosing could help us. They could move this plant away for all we've done for them, for all the money we've made them. Sure, do they offer a service we all need? Of course. All the more reason that every community should carry this pollution burden. That's environmental justice. We've been carrying it for 21 years. That's environmental injustice. Large stationary plants like this one can't operate without being detrimental to the public good. It'll soon be antiquated. Here's how one expert puts it, my friends. These days, we put asphalt plants in poor neighborhoods because they don't have the money to hire attorneys to deny us. But it's going to get tougher to get plants in urban settings. It's possible no new stationary plants will be allowed in cities. Instead, companies might have 2 or 3 smaller portable plants in the same area. Cities will have to issue temporary plants to allow these portable plants to move in, set up shop, and then move out again. Cities like Columbus must require asphalt plants, yes, to transition. I ask that you reject this. I ask that you end our suffering. I thank you.
All right, the next is Amanda Metchling. I've requested that you unmute.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Wait, before you start, let me say something to the applicant. So I'm taking notes of things that are being mentioned. And so we will be coming back to you to answer on those things. So just keep that in mind.
And we don't get a say. I hope I'm muted.
Okay, state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Amanda Meckling.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just going to say that not far from where the plant is, and I graduated high school in '99. I don't really recall noticing much before, by then. My husband and I moved away. We moved to Delaware for 10 years. And then we came back to Westerville because we wanted to raise our kids there. Shortly thereafter, we started noticing, like, why does it always smell like burning asphalt? I don't recall this from before. And then it was just always the smell. My husband goes, it's the asphalt plant, it's over there, the big eyesore off 270 exit in Westerville. I said, oh, okay. Go on about our lives. A few years later, we're outside with our kids and it's all. And it became a real burden. You'd go outside, you could open your windows. I would get headaches, would burn my eyes. And by this point, we were living near Innis Woods. So pretty far away from it. And it just became too much. We lived in a beautiful home, paying almost $10,000 a year in taxes for Westerville. Like, why are we doing this? We finally had to come to the point where it was so bad, we moved. And we decided, we're not going to live here. And even now, when we live in Galena now, when we drive on 270, as soon as you get to the exit in Westerville, we're like, oh, it smells like Westerville. That's the Westerville odor. My mom, her husband has cancer, her dog and cat have cancer. All of our neighbors that lived in that neighborhood in Brook Run, that had been there for 20 plus years, all of them started having kids there. What's happening in Westerville? Obnoxious odors. Everyone's falling like dominoes of cancer. So, yeah, that's just really my story. It was heartbreaking to leave, and I'm still sad. I still miss our home, but it's awful. It's an eyesore, and it's terrible. Yeah, maybe it just smells, but it was doing things to me physically, and enough to make us move our whole family. So that's all.
Where was your home?
It was in Brook Run neighborhood across from Inniswood. So.
Is that on the same side of 270 or the other side of 270?
Galena?
No, your home, Westerville.
Oh. It's on the same side of 270. I don't know your question is. It's near like Westerville and
I can bring it up.
It was 631 Brook Run Drive, kind of near Spring and Hempstead.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit north of 270. I only say that because I used to live off of Spring and County Line.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I first found Jenny, she said, like, wow, that's kind of far away to smell that. And I said, well, I do.
While Jamie's looking that up, what year did you move the family?
We moved away from there And it was like a year ago. It was a little over a year ago.
Okay. And did you talk to EPA or ODH, or Department of Health, Environmental Protection Agency, about the caustic conditions that you're talking about today?
No, I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I'm honestly just asking. Yep. I appreciate it.
that things, have been, I know what has already been stated today, that, they've had filings and
Yep.
whatnot.
I'm just trying to get a timeline, and I'm taking the same notes that Eleanor's taking, or our chair. So I apologize. Yep.
So we're
Thank you.
saying this is about a mile away, right?
Measure. About 1.5 miles, a little more.
Okay.
I mean, literally, my nose, it was so strong. It's awful. It's so heartbreaking.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
The next speaker is Marlana Hughes.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say tonight. I actually live across the creek from this plant. I have lived here for almost 4 years. I live at the condos across the creek. I'm going to speak to something a little bit different than the smell and caustic odors. And I want to talk a little bit about the noise. I can appreciate not wanting to put asphalt into landfills and any of that. So I'm not opposed to the recycling of things. What I want to speak to is the fact that this company isn't a very good neighbor when it comes to the recycling of their materials. So over the last year specifically, I get to wait till 9 or 10 o'clock at night till they bring the trucks in and they start to crush and recycle at 10 o'clock at night, at 1 o'clock in the morning, at 3 o'clock in the morning, to where we're now calling the police. We're driving there. The police are asking them to stop what they're doing. It's loud, it's crushing. I mean, it's like it keeps us awake. Heaven forbid I even open my windows here anymore. That has consistently gotten worse since my time living in this community. I have filed several complaints to speak to the question that was asked by the previous board member, Eric, I believe. I can't remember your last name. I have filed a complaint with the Ohio Department of Health. I have filed a complaint with the EPA. I have made several complaints to non-emergency police lines. I've called state representatives. I've written several letters, of which I would be happy to share any of the copies to anyone. But I'm a frontline worker during a pandemic, and I have to be worried about at 10 o'clock at night that I'm going to be up until 3 o'clock in the morning because we have a salvage yard across the way who thinks it's appropriate to start to recycle the materials. They're not good neighbors, and the fact that they would like to put a heliport in now is a little bit more concerning. So not only do I have to worry about that, I have to worry about the sound of a helicopter landing over top of my condo. So, I mean, they've just spoken to not being very good neighbors to this point, and I'm concerned with the continued noise, the the other environmental issues that you've already talked about. And you know, I'm a member of this community, and I pay taxes to this community, and I want to be neighborly, and I know that we have businesses within our residential communities, but this company is not being a good neighbor.
Madam Chair, if I could,
Go ahead.
and Ms. Hughes, I'm literally trying to sketch out, you know, timelines of everything in my notes here. And my last name is terrible, so
I'm sorry.
Eric is absolutely fine.
Okay.
It's fine for anybody on the call. My last name is horrible, so absolutely fine. When did you purchase your house?
About 4 years ago.
Okay.
I live in a condo.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's perfect. And you said it's right across the street from the asphalt plant.
Across the creek.
Across the creek. Thank you. Sorry.
Creek.
I missed that one.
Yes.
Yep. No, I did miss that one. Thank you. And
It's right here, number A, the letter A.
okay.
That looks right.
Okay, that's perfect. And so in the last 4 years, you're describing a worsening situation to the point where you have reached out to the EPA and the ODNR within that timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I'm just trying to establish.
Yes, I reached out to them in the past summer and fall.
Okay.
So this past season, they're
You
busy. I
filed-
would assume it's their busy season. I don't know.
I don't either, but
I
did you
don't know, but there's definitely seasonal aspects to
Yeah.
it.
Did you file formal complaints or informal
I did.
complaints? Okay.
I filed
And
formal complaints.
seasonally, from your experience, is it worse in the winter? Is it worse in the summer? I'm just curious.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. So smells are different than noise, for sure.
Yep.
So the noise level is our spring, summer, fall time.
So what is worse, from your standpoint?
So
the smell or the noise?
Depends on my mood. I mean, no, I mean, it's all bad.
I understand.
It's all bad.
I
You know,
understand.
it'd be real. I would really like to be able to open my windows in the evening, especially, you know, when it's nice spring or, you know, nice summer evening, and I can't do that because of the noise and the smell. But that's a hard one. They're both pretty bad.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you so much.
Thank you for letting me speak.
For my curiosity, when you file these with the Ohio EPA or other, do they get back to you? Is it just a standard form letter, or what is the response?
I actually got a call from the Department of Health, and right now her name is escaping me. She actually, she actually gave me her phone number and said, if you know you're experiencing any of these things, we'll try to send somebody out at the exact time or within a certain period of time. I do have some line of communication with them there. I was also emailed back every time I send a complaint. I mean, everybody's been responsive in looking into it. And the Blendon Township Police actually asked them to go over and stop at 3:00 in the morning.
Gotcha. But when they said they're going to look into it, and did they follow up and say we have looked into it, and what was that answer?
I don't have any follow up to that point. We're starting to get to the end of the season by that time, so I would suspect that I'll be following suit this year, and I will be rolling with the complaints starting in the spring, and then I'm certainly happy to share any follow up that I might receive from them in the future.
Thank you.
So, Michael, can you tell us the distance from the heliport to, say, those condos? Where their helipad, I should say.
The helipad will be, let me share my screen again.
Looks like it's on Emmerich and Emmerich Road, right on the corner there. the turn in? I'm trying to figure out how far they are from those condos.
I believe the helipad will pretty much be like right here. Can you see that?
Yeah, can you measure from there to the condo, right across the creek?
We're looking at a little less than a quarter mile.
Okay. And the second question was, what controls hours of operation? Is that a zoning thing, or are there controls in hours of operations?
Mr. Leka?
Yes.
I can answer that. When the board heard the special permit for what was supposed to be the Spark racetrack, which is where the old Cooper Stadium was, question about noise and operational hours came up then, and
Yep.
it's determined it's not in the purview of a zoning board, it's the health department.
Huh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready for the next speaker?
Yes.
All right, that would be Bobby Hoke.
Here. Hi, my name's Bobby Joe Hoke, and now my thoughts are totally scattered after hearing everyone because it brings up so many more points that I'd like to talk about. I've lived in my house since I believe 1991. It's been 30 years. I've been working with the Ohio EPA since probably 1999 or 2000. Don't hold me to that exact date. I have had the US EPA sitting in my backyard. They have been in the car with me, driving around Westerville. The Ohio EPA has been here numerous times. I have caught video of the company when it was shelling materials that my video went to the US EPA and they were fined because of a malfunction that they had 24 hours to report and it never happened. The Ohio EPA asked me to please not tell anyone for 24 hours to see if they would report it, and they did not. So now my thoughts are scattered because I wanted to say to you tonight, when you're listening to these stories and testimonials, really listen to them on a personal level, because this is horrible living here. And I used to watch the news and think, why don't those people on the river move? Why do they put up with that? Well, now I know it isn't that easy to move. I have grandchildren that live at the end of the street that are the world to me, but I can't have them in the backyard. They can't come outside. When that is up and running, it takes my breath away. I try and walk 5 miles a day. I have to time, and my whole life is dictated when Kokosing is running that asphalt plant. Kokosing has been to my house numerous times. And you know it's a problem if you've got the Ohio EPA, the US EPA, and Kokosing sitting in your backyard talking with you. This isn't a joke. And now they want to expand even more. You get on 270 and you head east from Worthington. You can be in blue sky. As soon as you get near the Bush Brewery, you start looking at Westerville and it's a cloud. You go from blue sky to dirt. And then you get off, you have to shut your windows, turn your air conditioner or your heat off if it's in the fall, and take the recycle off your car too, so you can get around the corner to head north or south on State Street. And this is totally different than what I had totally planned to tell you. But I want you to put a personal level on this. I get up in the morning, my whole everything is dictated if they're up and running. I used to think, oh, at least Saturday and Sunday we have a break. They won't. Well, now I know that's not true because we've had some Saturdays where they have run recently. They ran later this year into December than they normally do. I mean, we've got this memorized when we have a break that we can breathe. So I lost my thought process here, that it dictates you. I can't get up in the morning and think, oh, I'm going to go for my 5-mile walk because Kokosi's up and running. Well, so we wait until 5 o'clock when they normally shut down. Now I've learned that them running on a weekend is dictated by Shelley, who we thought we got rid of in 2001. But no, they combined, and it's Scioto Materials so that it keeps the Shelley name out of it. So Shelley is the one who dictates on their sales when this company runs, if they're going to run on a Saturday. So, well, now we know Monday through Friday we can't be outside. So now we can't be outside on Saturday either. We pay good taxes here in Westerville. I love Westerville. Westerville is my home, but I can't use anything. I can't go uptown and support our local businesses. I can't go to Jimmy V's and sit on the patio. I can't go to Graterstown during the day because all I can taste is asphalt. So I'm just saying, really try and walk in our shoes when you're making your decision tonight, because this is what it really is like. And Westerville is a beautiful community to live in, but we're not getting to live in it. We're being dictated.
Ms. Hoke, where do you, can each one of you tell us where you live before you tell us the stories too? That helps.
Yes, I live on Daleview Drive, which is between Huber Village and Schrock, near Coles, First Watch. So I'm right in between. And I have been told by the Ohio EPA that it just happens to fall into my yard because the wind most often blows this direction. And for some reason, they have done studies to find out the elevations. And I am in the quote, perfect elevation where it truly comes into our yard and it just sits, it settles.
But I guess I'm questioning if they're saying that it's not a problem. They acknowledge that there's something.
Oh, yes.
But
yes.
It's not a problem, or else they have the authority to shut them down, correct?
I don't know. You know the legalities of all of that.
Maybe I should say it different. They're acknowledging to you that it's okay.
They say that they're in compliance, but then we find out in 2015 they weren't in compliance. I have to be careful what I say, but I feel like the Ohio EPA could give us a little bit more support. They have come out to the area one day, and I can't tell you the date or the year because I've been dealing with this for so many years. They did come out, but they sat in front of my house in their car with all the windows up. I guess you wouldn't smell it then. So,
and Madam Chair, Ms. Hoke, my kids go to St. Paul's in Westerville. So we are on State Route 3. We go to Jimmy V's, we go to Uptown, and I don't feel or see the same problem there. I'm not suggesting that's not happening at your property at all. But
it is happening at my property.
No, again, I'm not disagreeing with you at all on that. But I am going to disagree with you that it's going to travel all the way through Uptown because, frankly, I'm there.
I respect what you're saying, but I've had officials from the city of Westerville say that they smell it. They have told me that.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree with that.
And
I'm just
I don't think
my own personal experience as well.
And Westerville spent thousands of dollars to do an air study, and they wouldn't have done that if they weren't smelling it.
I agree, but that again is the purview of the EPA.
$50,000, I think.
Yeah, that's again EPA, not.
No, it was the city of Westerville. They hired their own company. They wouldn't do that if they didn't smell it.
No. Right, but I think what we're saying is that, yeah, studies have done, EPA has smelled it, but they have not taken any action. That leads us to a conclusion that, which they've said, that it's in compliance and there's not.
Correct.
At a threshold that's a nuisance.
But that's the key word right there, nuisance.
Right.
And it is a nuisance. you can be in compliance, you can go have all the tests, but if the community can't function like most people get to in their neighborhoods, I have to be honest with you, and I do have 2 grandchildren that are in the Westerville schools. There are so many, let's just say elementary schools. I mean, there's high school, there's middle schools. Think of all these little kids that are on the playground, Point View, right at the end of my street. They get it all the time.
Right.
I walk away. So the little kid goes.
That's why the EPA exists, right? To give standards to companies so that they can operate these. I get it. This is an objectionable use. No one's arguing differently than that. This is an objectionable use. And there are standards by which the companies have to abide by. And so if they're doing that,
are they?
Then what else do we say? If the Ohio EPA says they are, what else do we say? Be better? Do better because we think that you should? Against whose standard do they comply with at that point? And so I just feel like we're getting to the place where we're acknowledging that this is not a Columbus issue. This is an Ohio EPA issue.
And you know what? I do agree with you on that. I do, in my opinion, feel that there is a problem with the Ohio EPA. Right. I feel that they're overwhelmed. I've had them tell me that they've had staff cutbacks. They used to try and get out right away. I'll give them that credit. They really did. That was back in the days of Todd Scarborough. That's who I always dealt with. But now they don't have the staffing to do that. So I just, in my opinion, wonder if things go under the radar until testing day. And I've always said that to the Ohio EPA. I said, is a little kid going to behave if you're standing there? Sure they are. But when you turn your back and walk away, who gets advance notice of when they're going to be tested? Come on. When you know they're coming out to test you, aren't you going to be in compliance?
Well, I would echo Ms. Hoke. I would echo the chairwoman's concept in that, you know, the jurisdiction that we have is very limited in scope, and again, my kids are at St. Paul, so we're right down the street, right?
Yeah.
But we have jurisdiction over what is before us, not over the environmental impacts. So I would just, you know, let everybody know we feel for you, but we're going to vote on what is before us, and encourage you to, you know, utilize every asset you have that actually does have the authority over what you guys are concerned about.
I think we need to look at this as a nuisance, though, a public nuisance.
And that's a defined term, right? And the Ohio EPA has said. Okay. Who's next on the list, Michael?
The next person is Bonnie Buffington.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Bonnie Buffington. I live at 6100 Harbor Point, which is directly across the creek from Scioto Materials. And I was going to do a whole talk about the noise and the air quality, but you're just going to go back and tell me that they're in compliance with noise and they're in compliance. It is a big detriment to our quality of life, but I want to talk a minute about the zoning regulations, the variances that they're requesting. If they had to reduce the size of those piles, and if they had to put a fence around, as the law says, that might mitigate some of the noise and dust we're getting. There are times that I'm out on the trail that the particulate in the air is so bad that you can feel it in your eyes and have to go in. The black filth that accumulates on my deck with particulate in it would make me think that they're not always in compliance with EPA regulations, but I can't prove that. I can just tell you what I'm living with. The helicopter pad, there's going to be more particulate stirred up. There's going to be more dust in the air. There's going to be more noise. That's another thing that you have direct control over that will impact our quality of life. There is no doubt in my mind that my health is being compromised by the air quality and by the lack of sleep. The beeping of backing up trucks, the banging of big metal things on the ground as they put the recycled material down, the conveyor belt running all night long, those have impact on our sleep. But I understand you're telling me that that's legal and that must be in compliance. So I think it's a shame, but we'll ignore that for now and just go back to the point of if those piles were reduced in size as according to the zoning law, and if the fencing were around, it might help the dust and noise as is in the current zoning law. And if you keep the helicopter pad out of there so that all that stuff's not stirring up, I would just urge you, please, to at least consider the misery that we've been living with this company over there. I have complained to Columbus City Police, and they'll go over and tell them to be quiet, and they'll be quiet for a while, but it doesn't last. And I suspect it's the same thing with the air quality violations. They'll comply so that they get a nice shiny ribbon at that time, but I highly suspect, and I probably shouldn't say that, but from what I observe here with the dirt and feel in my eyes on the trail, I just think that they're not a company that is a good neighbor, as has been said. And I would just urge you to please consider not granting these variances so that at least they'd have to put up that fence and move those piles and reduce the size of the piles that could help our lives a little bit. I yield my time.
I appreciate your testimony, ma'am. And I don't want to give you or anybody else the impression that I'm not considering what you're saying, because I totally am. I am persuaded by your arguments on the noise. I do not think that that's a compliance issue. When I talk about the EPA, I'm really specifically talking about the smell. So I do appreciate your comments, and we're just trying to chat. We're just trying to ask the question so we can get to a understanding of your position. That's all. Thank you. Who's next, Michael?
Travis Frankhauser. Sorry, Michael.
Yes, good evening. Travis Frankhauser. I live in the condos directly behind the manufacturing facility. And really just talking about the variances themselves, one of them is to reduce the separation requirement adjacent to residential property from 600 feet to 300 feet. So they're asking to move literally 300 feet closer to us when we're already experiencing all this noise, dust, other debris. They're asking to increase the height of their piles from 10 feet to 60 feet. They want to put in a helicopter pad. And honestly, just the variances alone seem pretty absurd to me. Why would we approve? Why would you guys approve any of this? They don't want to put up fencing. They want to move closer to a residential area. You've already heard about all the health impacts and the noise. And frankly, if this facility was in any of your backyard, I guarantee you would not approve it. I will yield the rest of my time, but just based on the variances alone, I can't see how this board could honestly approve it. For what? I mean, yes, so they're going to be a salvage yard. Does that mean then they've already disregarded our neighbors? We've complained to them. We've complained to everybody. They don't listen to us. They're a horrible neighbor. So who's to say a year from now, it's not a true scrap yard? This is Kokosing. They have heavy equipment. What if they start dumping it over there? Isn't that in line with the scrapyard variance that you guys are set to approve tonight? That seems absurd to me. And as I said, there's no way in hell any of you would approve this if it was in your backyard.
Michael, do we know what the setbacks are currently for the asphalt from?
Yeah. If you're going to go to the map, Michael, can you also show us where exactly on the plot the piles are?
Phil, can you bring up the site plan? So these setbacks and pile heights are current existing conditions that they are not complying or that they didn't get permission for in the first place. So nothing, while they say 300 feet closer, they already are 300 feet closer. So that's just the way things exist currently. The piles, I believe, are all the shaded areas. You can see that's mostly focused along the southern side of the road. When you get to the far left portion of the property, since they're committing to this site plan, that's a maintenance building and then a storage yard for their vehicles. If you go to the aerial view, Bill, you can see that easier. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Show me where on this map where the piles.
The piles are right below the turnaround circle.
Ah, okay.
And did I see a dimension on the map of 350 from the property line to the pile?
Yes. Give me 1 second. So it's measured from the property line to the piles. So there you've got.
Yeah, I couldn't read that number.
Right now it's 350 to this general area. So this pile that's right here, 440 feet. These piles over here, 600. Looks like this is a retention pond, so there wouldn't be any pile there. They're not proposing any piles in this area. And then the helipad, it looks like it's actually right in here.
And remind me the line that goes from that turnaround up and to the left, that's where the property ends. This other piece of property that's not theirs.
Oh, sorry. Could you guys not see that? Or were you still on Phil's screen? The PowerPoint.
I was sharing.
Okay. All right. So now I've got my screen up. You can see the pile here. It's measured from the property line to 350 feet.
Okay.
Is right there. This is a retention pond. Here's piles. Here's piles. This whole area permitted for piles. So 600 feet would be there.
Wait, what? How could it be there if it was 300 feet?
Yeah, so that's code is 600 feet. They're reducing to 300 feet. And 300 feet is in this vicinity.
Oh, okay.
Right, that's absurd.
But is
the
it,
helipad is actually right here.
so is it after, so it's after the retention pond? Because the retention pond, are they filling it in?
No. The retention pond is saying.
Okay, so they just want to put more material on the other side of the retention pond.
Yeah, as shown on the site plan, the shaded area is.
Why they need a variance?
What's that?
That'd be 600 feet away if it's on the other side of the retention pond. Why they need it to 300 feet?
No, Mr. Frankhauser, it's still from the property line, so it's got to go on the other side, and that would create the square footage. Frankly, I was just curious if they were filling in that retention pond.
It's still on the that they would be committing to, and it looks like if you wanted to get super technical, it might be like 370 feet is what they could ask for. I think 350 is probably just a catch-all.
It's 300 feet is what they're asking for.
300 is a catch-all, yeah.
So, again, another question. Where is the property line for the condos? Are they on the other side of the creek?
Correct.
Yeah.
So
You're
they
directly
own
across Alum Creek.
the creek.
It's Alum Creek, so no one owns that creek.
So you can see the creek kind of right there going through.
Yes. So how far from the closest condo to the pile?
About 600 feet, it looks like.
No, so go
retention pond.
go on the other side of the retention pond. Yep.
And this is a pile right here.
I thought you said that was the
About-
retention pond.
Yeah, I was
The
asking.
retention pond is right.
Yeah, I was asking about from the pile to a actual building, a condominium.
Yeah. That's what I've got right here. Yeah.
And that's Mr. Molekel, that is the kind of point when we ask for this variance. We are less than 600 feet to the property line, but on our side of Alum Creek, we have granted an easement to the city of Columbus. It's also wetland, it's a creek, it cannot be built out, but technically it's within the owned piece of property, which is zoned residential. So it's not that residential units could be built on that side of Alum Creek, but the code does say to the property line of a residentially zoned property. So.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Okay, who's next on the list, Michael?
That would be, we just heard from Travis, is that correct?
Yes.
Pam Clegg is next. I've sent you an unmute request, Pam.
Unmute me? How about that? Okay.
You might have too many devices on in that one room, or you might be getting an echo if your volume is up too high.
I muted you again because of the noise.
Can you hear me through the computer?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, good. Well, I have lived in Blendon Township for 33 years, and our home is approximately 1 mile east of this site. The site, Dempsey Road, Westerville Road. We're just a little bit south of Dempsey Road. And what I would like to say is echo what Travis said. Why on earth you would approve any of the variances is beyond me, but particularly this. You received Resolution 2021-03 from Blendon Township, and I realize they have no jurisdiction, but they certainly have an invested interest in Westerville Road because our township has spent a lot of money improving the Westerville Road corridor, and I think they've done an outstanding job. However, if you travel Westerville Road and Dempsey Roads, which are just south of I-270, what do we see but a 60-foot mountain right there on Westerville Road? You were looking at the mountains from the terms of the condos. Well, the mountains that I'm looking at are right on Westerville Road. And I'll tell you what, it's an eyesore. It definitely, I don't know, it just doesn't do the neighborhood any good. It's very incompatible with the residential area and with the businesses. That's how I see it. And I say that you were absolutely right. The city of Columbus was absolutely right in citing Scioto Materials for these violations in 2019. And I respectfully request that you deny every variance and special permit for the sake of our peace, the prosperity of the community, the property values, and that's all. I thank you.
Thank you.
You can mute me.
All right. The next speaker is Amy Ashburn.
Hey there. I'm Amy Ashburn. I don't know. I'm getting an echo. Are you? I don't have any other devices on. I live at 6220 Harbor Point in the condominiums, River Ridge on Allen Creek. And out my door is 10 feet, and then I have a 5-foot drop down to the bike path. Can you all hear me okay, or?
Yes.
Okay, it sounded horrible over here. So just to set you up as to where everything is, I believe I am about 600 feet away from the proposed heliport area. I'm not quite sure why a heliport would be indicated in this spot when we are at the most 12 minutes from Port Columbus. I don't really see an urgency to have a heliport for the convenience of the executives to fly in and out. We have a problem with late night operations well beyond, 10 o'clock, 12, 2 o'clock in the morning. I've gone over there. I filmed them late at night. I've contacted the companies individually, and they say, oh, they're not responsible for that. They don't have any late night operations going on, an out and out lie. And that was also witnessed by one of the Glendon Township police officers who had accompanied me over there. The noise, smell, and vibrations are unbelievable. I have had guests stay in my condo who say, I don't know how you sleep here. I don't know how you handle this. And I want you to keep in mind, please, that our quality of life is really being affected here. I see people on the bike path, even when it's not time of COVID, who have masks on and protective gear on their face to protect themselves from the scents and the odors. I'm concerned about the children, young and old, who are playing soccer in the fields of the vineyard just down the pathway. That's huge. That's all week and all weekend long. We've got people out there and children out there. So let me see what else I've got here.
You got about 20 seconds.
I just really would like you to consider denying their request for the variance. I just don't think it's to the best interest of those here. And I know that your intention is to protect us. I know that that's your interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
We've reached the end of the list of speakers that I had, so we can open it up.
Okay.
Might be easiest if people like type down below, or you can just.
Yeah, I'll just yeah. Who else wants to speak? Go ahead and take yourself off mute and state your name.
Hi.
Hi.
David Roseman here. Can I speak now?
You sure can.
Oh, hello. Hi. My name is David Roseman. I'm the Vice President of Friends of Allen Creek and Tributaries, otherwise known as FACT. Since 1998, our nonprofit FACT mission is to preserve and protect the quality and beauty of the Lower Allen Creek watershed. I'm also a 40-year resident of Columbus, Northland area, residing within 1/2 mile southwest upwind of Scioto Materials. And yes, I have called into Ohio EPA Air, Mr. Novak, regarding past noxious odor complaints. But I'm going to talk today about FACT's point of view. FACT does not support the variance requests. This property and other neighboring commercial sites have long time caused adverse impact to polluting the immediately adjacent Allen Creek River, filling in floodplains and floodway, and removing riparian greenery and forested buffer setback along the eastern banks perimeter would not be permitted under the Columbus Department of Public Utilities present stormwater drainage manual stream protection zone regulations. FACT Commission Mad Scientists Associates LLC to conduct a water quality assessment of the Allen Creek River 1.5 mile corridor adjacent to and up and downstream of the industrial site during 2008. During 2019 and 2018. Please reference the resulting water study report dated April 23, 2020 that I provided. The 88-page report summarizes, and I'm just going to read some quick highlights, that there were some indications of environmental quality degradation found downstream of the industrial site. Therefore, it is recommended that the Ohio EPA review these findings and determine if more monitoring is needed or corrective action through permit revisions need to be established for the site. I'll go on to read that the Ohio Administrative Code water quality standards require that all waters of Ohio shall be free from floating debris, oil, scum, et cetera, sufficient to be unsightly or cause degradation. The Ohio Range organics were 14 times higher near the downstream of the site compared to upstream. And there's also toxicology studies that we had MAD perform, which may indicate harmful impacts from the site. And we recommend that more testing be carried out to better understand the causes of this toxicity. We recommend that at a minimum, the Ohio EPA require the industrial operation review and revise their processes and stormwater management practices. It would also be prudent to establish an oil limit in their National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, general permit, through benchmark monitoring, or even considering requiring an individual permit to address neighborhood complaints and protect the Allen Creek water quality. This evidence that we've gathered points to this industrial site as being the culprit. And keep in mind also that the city of Columbus is updating the master urban forestry plan. So we want everything we can do to preserve our woodland area. Thank you very much. So there I have water quality issues. No one talked about water quality. And we believe that because these are showing telltale signs of oil, diesel, and other organic volatile compounds that's not caused from the concrete plant, that doesn't come from the compost plant, that we have issues here and we know where it's coming from.
So Madam Chair, Mr. Roseman, that would be an EPA, Ohio Department of Health, Columbus Public Health issue, not a zoning issue, correct?
It has been forwarded to the Ohio EPA the minute we get the report. Correct. Okay. However, the high piles of asphalt that just sits there and gets rained upon, guess where that goes?
Well, I mean, the piles of asphalt have been there for 21 years.
Well, we just commissioned our study. So obviously there's been impact that's been happening. I can't tell when, but again, we did an upstream study, middle of the road study right there, and downstream study, and we know where it's coming from.
But you said your association was founded in 1996, I thought?
1998, correct. And we just did our study over the past 2 years.
Because okay, so 20 some years later.
Right. Exactly. Absolutely.
Just asking. Thank you.
Anybody else could speak? I see some faces. I don't want to make sure that, okay, I see a lady in a pink shirt is waving.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, Nancy Hanager.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be brief. I know this is running long, but the issue is critically important to those of us who live in this area. I own a condo that is directly across from the site, Edge Creek Lane. If you want to pull up the map, you can see where I live. I've lived here for 10 years, and I would say within the past 5 years, the noxious emissions that have been coming from the plant have grown so substantial that when they're working, I can't open up my windows. I can't go outside. If I do go outside, I have difficulty breathing. My eyes are burning. I have a headache. And I appreciate that there's been many efforts to assess what's coming out of this site, but I can tell you as a human being, this dramatically is affecting my quality of life and my well-being. I am one person, but if you would look at the map again, you'll see that there are hundreds. This is a very densely populated residential area directly across the creek from the site. There are hundreds of apartments and condos and single homes. Someone mentioned the Vineyard Worship Center, which is a hugely populated center, and the North Columbus Soccer Association. Athletic fields are right here. Just in the other direction, we have 2 senior residential communities that are heavily populated. So this affects me, but it affects hundreds of other residents that are in direct line, depending especially upon how the winds are blowing, but are in direct line to receive the impact of these noxious emissions that are coming from the industrial site. So thank you very much for your time.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify, you're saying you're pinpointing a change in emissions in the last 5 years? Is that what you're saying?
I would say within the past 5 years, I've lived here 10 years and I didn't really notice it. And my husband and I are very athletic. We're out on the bike path all the time. He's a cyclist and a runner. I'm a walker. And so I never really noticed them that much until about, I'm going to say about 5 years ago. And then I remember back in 2017 that Channel 10 did an investigative report on this noxious odors that were coming from that area. And so I said to myself, yeah, that's right. I talked to my husband. I said, you know, this is exactly what we've been noticing. So we also have an issue with the particulate matter that comes from the, I don't know for sure how things work over there in the plant, but maybe from the smokestacks that are in my line of sight. I look out my window and I look directly at those smokestacks. And it's like this black particulate matter that is all over our building, gets all over my deck chairs, my car. So something is going on that there are many things that are going on that I think really are reducing the quality of life living so close to them. And my concern is with the adoption of all of these special permits and variances, that life will get even worse. And I can't imagine that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Yes, I'd like.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. State your name for the record.
My name is Barbara Rousey and live at the Edge at 6322 Edge Creek Lane, right directly across the Alum Creek from the plant. I've lived since 2004, and like Nancy, I knew that there was a plant over there, but you couldn't really see it unless it was in the summer. The piles have gotten unbelievably taller than they used to be. Now they go, I live in a first floor condo. Now I can look across there and they're way above the trees. It wasn't always that way. When first 10, 15 years that I was here, I don't remember seeing the little blacks over everything when that plant is running. And like everybody else, most of my neighbors moved here. One of the attractions is the bike trail and Alum Creek. It literally is right. Our condominiums are right on the trail, and the trail is right next to Alum Creek. You know, I just cannot even imagine what it would be like if if a helicopter port was to be placed over there. They've been horrible workers. The noise is unbelievable. The smell is horrendous. And, you know, like I said, the attraction for me was the bike because I like to walk and walk my dog and stuff. I don't do anything that plant is running except come in my house and make sure all the windows and doors and stuff are closed. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Yeah, I think
State
I'd
your,
like to say something here.
state your name for the record first, please, ma'am.
And she'll
I
need to
am
be
Mary
sworn.
Lightbody. I'm the state representative for District 19, which includes Westerville, New Albany, and Gahanna, including some of Blendon Township. It does not include the location of the asphalt plant, but it does include the location of the Kurtz Brothers recycling and some of the other commercial areas that are a little to the south and east of the Kokosing plant. I have been a state representative since 2019, and since before I took office, I've been living in Westerville. Well, I live in Plain Township on the east side of the Hoover Reservoir, so I'm not a resident anywhere in the vicinity. I only smell the asphalt when I drive over into Westerville. But because I'm a state representative, I've been hearing from many of the people who are on the call tonight who are extraordinarily concerned about the quality of life. We've been trying to work with OEPA and find ways to minimize the impact on the concerns that you've heard from these constituents. I want to thank you all for the time and effort that you've put into listening to their concerns tonight, and hope that we can in some way find a way to minimize the impact on their lives, to prevent people from moving away from Westerville, which is otherwise such a wonderful community, because of the impact of the plant and the noise, the smell, the odors, and so on. My background is I'm a former middle school science teacher, and my late husband was an environmental engineer who specialized in water quality engineering. So the impact that you heard about from the Friends of the Alum Creek is something that I understand and can appreciate, that a study upstream and downstream and in the vicinity of the plant would in fact provide very interesting and considerably trustworthy data on the impact on the Alum Creek itself as it passes through that area. Just because it was done recently doesn't reduce the impact and the significance of that study. So my commitment to all of the people who are here, my neighbors and constituents and others, is that I will continue to work to see what we can do to make sure that the concerns of the residents are heard, and that there's some change in procedures to reduce the impact on their lives. Thank you for your time.
Have you been working with the Ohio EPA, considering your position?
I have reached out to OEPA. We've talked, and I've talked to some of the Columbus City Council members. It's a concern that we all have. I have not looked at the data on when OEPA has gone to test and do smokestack tests and so on. I don't know if those tests have been announced or are unannounced, but I would think that if we can somehow get perhaps a little more state funding to OEPA or some federal funding to OEPA, that we'll be able to get the funds in place that would allow perhaps a step up and additional data on the smokestack emissions, on the water quality, and so on. I did provide something called a pocket lab, which is a handheld device that will collect data on air particulates and the volatiles in the area, which has shown over time some significant air quality impact. And you can tell when the plant is operating and when it's not. And the testing has been done in different locations across Westerville. So we've seen it in multiple locations. I know that Chris Altman is the gentleman that has my device at the moment and has been using it to collect that data, just to try to continue to get the data we need to understand the impact on the neighbors.
And Madam Chair, if I could, Representative, one, thank you for taking the time. I mean, this is clearly indicative that you care a lot about your constituents and what's happening. But you also understand that we're the zoning board. We don't have, jurisdiction over a lot of the concerns, frankly, that the constituents have indicated, and we would encourage the EPA. We'd encourage the Department of Health. If there are health issues or environmental concerns, it's just not in our purview. And I think, Representative, you understand that. At the same time, we also value investment and economic development in the state of Ohio, and especially in the city of Columbus. And so I understand and I appreciate and I value the fact that you are here and you are advocating on behalf of your constituents, and they see you here. And I truly appreciate your time, but you understand better than the rest of us what our purview is and what we can and can't do. So, but thank you so much. We really do appreciate it.
Anybody else?
No.
Who else? I can't hear.
She's already spoken.
Have you already spoken, ma'am? I can't tell who's talking, so I'm looking all around the screen.
My name
Okay, can you state your name, please?
Darcy.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Lane. I moved with of 2018. This is my first. Actually, the stacks have been getting bigger since I moved here. I can definitely smell it, particularly in the summers is when I feel like I can smell it. I understand that, the EPA is different from you, but I'm mostly just talking about the smell, not the actual pollution. And I do feel like the smell is a nuisance. I saw it out my back window, and I moved here because I love the bike trail. I walk on it every day when I can. And I can't walk in the winter as much because I can see and hear it a lot more because there isn't tree cover. But I can definitely hear the asphalt plant relatively often, not as much in the winter, but I do hear it a lot.
I'm having a hard time hearing her.
It's just not a great environment in. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I heard you're concerned about the noise. You're an essential worker, young daughter, you need your sleep. Was that the gist?
My roommate's an essential worker, yes, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you. Okay.
Yeah, and we need our sleep. She's a nurse. She's been working throughout this pandemic. I work in a bread bakery, so I've been working throughout this pandemic, and I mean, no constant, but every now you get a very loud boom, and it really is jarring. I wouldn't go as far to say a cannon, but it's very loud.
Okay.
And
okay.
I know that we've heard that, your job is to help businesses and residents and some the EPA concerns, but I don't really see how the asphalt plant can possibly be helping businesses, particularly the Glengarry Center right across from it. I've seen some businesses come and go in there. It doesn't really feel like living up to its potential. I know that they did just build the helping businesses or residents here.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else? Go ahead, ma'am. I see your hand. State your name for the record. Yeah, you in the plaid jacket. Take yourself off mute.
Okay, can you hear me? All right.
State your name for the record, please.
Okay, my name's Sarah Vance. I live about 1.5 miles north of the plant. And I keep hearing this is not in our purview, this is not our decision, but the things they're asking for, the zoning decisions and the variances and the permits are, and I didn't hear any reasons why they need to be closer to the property line, why they need to have a heliport, why they need to have 60-foot piles instead of 10-foot piles, why they can't put fences around them as is in the zoning. And I've heard countless reasons why that would be detrimental to the public good, which I think is your purview. So,
yeah, ma'am,
in my opinion,
let me
you've heard
speak.
a whole lot.
Let me
that
speak.
would,
Let me
uh-huh.
speak on that point. Our response about the EPA is to the air and the water quality, the smell. And that has been the focus of a lot of people's testimony. When there is testimony about the pile heights, the noise, we are taking that under advisement. And when the applicant comes back to the mic, they will have to speak to those things. But we just want everybody to have an understanding of what we can do
I didn't
and
hear
what we cannot do. So we cannot do anything
Okay,
about.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a lot of that, but I got the gist that.
We cannot do anything about the
Okay.
smell. Yeah, we cannot do anything about the smell. Okay, anybody else? Is there anybody else? Okay, so closing out the public comment part, I'm going to bring the applicant back. And I don't know if you want to hear from the board first about our concerns, or do you want to, well, yeah, let's do that way so that we can expedite this a little bit better. I don't think that you've been a good neighbor because you've been operating outside of the bounds of, and I'm not even talking about the wrap. I'm talking about the pile heights, the noise, that seems to be unfair to have neighbors put through that kind of burden. So I'm leaning towards not allowing an extension of the pile heights, not allowing a heliport that would be noisy and causing more debris to be floated around. I do think that the screening is probably not necessary. You're bordered by a creek with some greenery and then 270 on the other end. I'm not seeing a need for that, but I'd like the other board members to weigh in. Let me speak to this. I am leaning towards allowing the special permit for the recycle. I think that I trust you when you say you've been doing that all along. I would like to understand if you know what has changed in the last 5-7 years that has caused the increase in the awareness from the neighbors of the smell, the odors. So that's what I think. Other board members, just to give your thoughts to help the applicant speak to some of these things.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go next, Madam Chair. And really, it's more of a question, I guess, to you, Madam Chair. It's, the piles have been there for the last, 21 years. Now, whether or not they're encroaching upon being too high, I haven't seen a citation from the city to that extent. And for at least my purposes, I think the helipad, if this is Kokosing's headquarters, I think the helipad kind of makes sense. And I would say that with any one of our major employers in the state of Ohio, I think most of them have helipads where they fly into and fly out of. Now, I would not want a helicopter to kick up any debris. So to that concern, I agree with you. But you know, you work for a major, Fortune 10 company, and I represent several of them. So I think that there is some legitimacy to being able to get executives in and out. I that's just where I'm at, like currently thinking.
Okay. Anybody, other board members?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So a few things. I'm listening to everybody. I mean, I'm feeling it, but again, I'm all about purview, and it has to do not only with you, but it has to do with every case I hear. I try to stay within our lane. Our lane is dealing with certain things, and I try not to get outside of that. That being said, I work for a large architecture firm. We have clients that fly into downtown Columbus and land in our parking lot. So with helicopters, so it's not an unusual thing, and there's a lot of land out there. And Eric's right. I'm worried about debris being, you know, brought up. So pile heights again, 21 years of it. All of a sudden, it's now an issue. They're just trying to come in compliance in my mind. I mean, that's the way I see it at this point. I have a tough time with even with some of the cities asking for is, putting some screening in on areas that it's all one big dumb parcel out there. I mean, they're not the only dirty parcel out there, if you want to call them industrial. I mean, everything out in that area is pretty, in that island of whatever, is pretty rough. So I don't know. Those are my few thoughts, and hopefully you understand where I'm at.
Okay. I'm not sure that they're asking to go from 10-foot piles to 60-foot piles. And so I guess I'm just putting that out there that seems that's a major jump. Go ahead, Bill.
Madam Chair, if I could comment on the pile height.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna come back to you, Mr. Mental.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michael or Bill.
I mean, my concerns are the hours. Obviously, a helicopter landing at 2 a.m. I mean, I live downtown and I hear helicopters all the time. So I mean, I certainly wouldn't want a helicopter to land next door to me at 2 a.m. And then the working all night stuff. I don't know if that's permitted or not permitted. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the rest of the stuff, as others have said, I mean, if we voted no on all this stuff, the way I understand it, if we voted no on everything, they would still be doing nearly everything they would do, except they couldn't recycle asphalt. They'd have to just use raw materials to produce it, and nothing would change, except that. I mean, I mean, basically, that's the only big quote unquote thing. I mean, of course, the helicopter, I just said. So I want to hear the answers to that. To those things. But, as several people have said, I mean, I get in trouble, and I've gotten in trouble before because sometimes I don't act within the purview of this committee, since I'm the non-attorney person on this committee, and I sometimes get in trouble for doing that. And I've been told by the city attorney that I need to watch myself. So I am trying to grasp all of this stuff about what we are legally allowed to consider and legally not allowed to consider. So I want to hear the applicant's answers to the questions that you've asked and the ones that Mr. Welderly asked, and then about the heliport stuff before I make my decision.
Okay. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, so I would say, I'm hearing from some of our newer board members, a lack of understanding to timelines and perhaps even pile heights. When people come to us for an exception or a variance to the code, we usually look at what kind of performer have they been. And it's been clearly demonstrated that this is not a fair player or a good player in this neighborhood. And we don't reward that as a board. I would be supportive of looking at the special permit, but only with a 1-year timeline for a reevaluation at some point in the future. I'm not in support of any pile height beyond the code requirement or what the code allows, because they haven't demonstrated good faith that they're good neighbors. And if you don't do that, then why would we give you a bigger rope to hang yourself? So I'm adamantly opposed to any kind of expansion in terms of distance to the property lines, et cetera. I would agree that there's no need for fencing because there seems to be adequate shielding, but perhaps not from particulate. So again, you can do your best to mitigate that.
Really?
I beg your pardon?
I think she thought she was on mute.
Not really.
So again, giving them the benefit of the doubt, again, I would consider the special permit, but only temporarily until they've proven themselves. I would allow for a portable building because we do that everywhere else. But definitely no change in pile height, definitely no change in distance to the property line. Let's see, storage, no expansion of storage or separation. So that would be it. And in terms of the helipad, it's been made clear that you have a friend in the Northland Community Council. They can advocate on your behalf with the Columbus Health Department on the timeline that apparently, handles when this place can operate, noise, et cetera. That's not, again, within our purview. And you have a strong advocate in the Ohio House Representative who can clearly have a direct line to the Ohio EPA. So you have a venue, if you will, to deal with a lot of the matters that you've brought forth. We can deal with those that are in front of us, and I hope that we very fairly and swiftly do that. Thank you very much.
Hey, Michael, can you weigh in a little bit more on why you think they've been a bad neighbor? Because I'm not seeing that. So tell me what you see.
The fact that they do have code violations, the fact that they've been...
Michael, that was
Pardon me?
2015.
No, I think you're misstating it, Mr. Wetterly. The 2015 was the EPA's.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
The
EPA,
2019
yeah.
was the Columbus Code issue.
Okay, and I apologize, Madam Chair. I did misspoke.
I don't want to have a misstatement on the record.
No, I agree with you. Yep.
And again, Mr. Maleka, to your point, there are a lot of dirty and bad areas throughout, but code enforcement responds to issues like this when there's a complaint and when there's an issue or a special permit or some opportunity comes up. They're not usually out just scoping these things, and this thing is off the beaten path. But I've heard constantly about this person's been out, that person's been out. That suggests to me that you're a bad neighbor. You don't operate in a residential neighborhood, basically. Even though your zoning allows for where you are, it's still adjacent to a neighborhood. You don't operate at 10 p.m. at night. We've never allowed for that. We have when we have bars and restaurants that have outdoor amplification, we say that it has to stop at a certain hour. These folks don't seem that they've recognized or acknowledged any of that. That's what I'm hearing anyway. And they can certainly come back and tell us, yeah, we've responded to this complaint, that complaint. But again, until you've demonstrated that you're a good neighbor, and especially if we're hearing things to the contrary, which I've heard tonight and I've seen written, you're not a good neighbor. And that's not in the best interest of the community.
Okay, so Mr. Minto, I don't know if you wanted to go first or Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, relative to the height of the piles. So under our existing zoning and under our operational functionality up to this point, we can have pile heights up to 60 feet. That is in our zoning from 99 and 2001 reiterated. So we can have piles of sand and limestone and gravel up to 60 feet. The request for the additional height on the piles of wrap material is because it's now classified or because it's classified as salvage. So I think the point to consider in that is that the special permit for salvage was intended or kind of considered as a salvage lot, a junkyard. You don't want piles of cars over 10 feet high. You don't want piles of junk material above 10 feet high. So if we did not, if we were not permitted this variance to the special permit, we would have 4 piles of gravel, limestone, sand 60 feet high, and then one of wrap at 10 feet high. So nothing is changing relative to the overall height on the site. So that's the reason I want to point that out for the request of the wrap piles.
Jamie, I want you to verify that for me at some point. You don't have to do it right now, but can you verify that pile height issue?
Well, I think Mr. Mental is citing the 1999 council action that approved that. Yes.
Okay, so they have permission now to have 60-foot pile heights
Of everything except for the salvage materials. Yes.
Correct. Okay.
And that
Thanks
was,
for the.
sorry, ma'am.
Thanks for the clarification.
That was kind of our point in requesting this, is that it's only because that material, which is a combination of the other piles materials, is going into our system, is what has changed the application and the requirement for the special permit.
Gotcha.
So I did want to kind of point out that variation relative to the pile height.
Yep, that's helpful.
As for the helipad, it will be used rarely. We're not even going to site the helicopter at the site. The helipad will not be lit, so it's not going to be coming and going like across 270 at St. Anne's, where they have a helicopter coming and going all the time. This is more of a rare occasion use on the helipad site. Relative to,
can you speak to the particles and the dust up and the, I think several of us had concerns that would create more dust from the site going to other places?
I think my comment on that, without knowing how it's going to impact or not from a professional standpoint or an analysis standpoint, with the rare occasions of the helicopter coming in, I don't see that as a ongoing or pervasive issue stirring up dust. Not to mention it's still over 700-800 feet away from the nearest residential unit, plus through the tree screening over the creek.
I mean, particles are getting that far now, so.
Well, then I guess
you're not disagreeing with that, right?
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I don't know where the particles are going or not. I don't want to testify or
Gotcha.
concede to that.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
Regarding the particles, I mean, the facility has pretty stringent air permit requirements, but their tests in 2020, as far as particles coming from the stack or the asphalt plant, they're not going. My job is to study the fate and transport of air emissions. There are different sizes of particles. There's big particulate matter called particulate matter, then PM10, which is the size of the diameter of your hair, and then PM 2.5 is what you inhale. If people are feeling particles on their face, it's speculative and assumed that it's coming from an asphalt plant. And in my profession, it would be more the thousands and thousands of vehicles on 270 stirring up more dust, or wind stirring up more dust than what's going to come from an asphalt plant. And the wrap piles do not produce dust emissions. It's my job to go and test wrap processing facilities where they crush the wrap, and I have to read each transfer point of each conveyor belt at the crusher. It's always zero emissions. So a lot of this, I mean, yes, it's an industrial facility. Yes, they'll have emissions, but for them to be hitting your face, or for a helicopter to be spreading it around to that far, it's statistically impossible for particulate matter to get through to humans at a detrimental level, or even a cosmetic level, especially if, as Mr. Mantell indicated, this helicopter is just a rare use.
Okay. Can you speak to the hours of operation?
So as far as I'm aware, we did have an issue over the summer with delivery of material in the late at night, and it was the slamming of the truck gates, which produced the noise. We responded, we stopped. We have not had that delivery since that date. I got the call after that happened. We responded. And so I know Mr. Jones has, said that based on the testimony tonight, he believes we're a bad neighbor. All of my experience with this company has been responsive. And in fact, I do know that one person that testified earlier said that they had folks from Kokosing in their yard with EPA discussing the situation. I mean, we are responsive. We are available. We want to be a good neighbor. So we are available to folks to come and talk and express concerns and respond to them.
So it's your position that you had one incident of an after hour. Well, let me ask, what is the normal hours operation?
There's no specific set limit of hours of operation. So it's not like a bar restaurant. We're open from 8 to 5.
It's like, I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
I said it's not like a bar or restaurant or a a store. It's not that we have set hours of operation.
Do you have a good neighbor agreement?
We do not that I'm aware of. No, we do not have one.
Okay. Have you thought about one?
We would consider anything.
Okay.
So let me just back to the, I don't want to belabor this point, but back to the hours thing. So you're saying that it's feasible that you could be operating at 10:30 at night because you don't have a normal schedule. Is whenever things need to be done, you do it. Is that what we're saying?
I think what I'm saying is I don't know what it's been up to this point in terms of a set hour of operation. Based on the conversations here, and if it's something, if that's a point of contention, I mean, I think we could.
Mr. Metal, let me ask you this. Do you think anything's changed over the last 21 years of the operation currently been in place?
No.
So in your mind, nothing has been expanded or retracted up until today?
No, and this was the point that I raised earlier. We have the only thing that's changed is the interpretation or the way that we're inserting material, the same materials we've always inserted to create the asphalt.
But it's
the operations have been the same.
Correct?
I'm sorry?
That's what I heard at the beginning of this presentation, that it's literally the same materials. It's just that the code or the definition has changed a little bit, and now you have to have the special permit.
That's correct. I mean, okay. So we can continue to put. Yeah.
And how long have you been involved with the organization, Mr. Mental?
I've represented Kokosing for almost 10 years.
Okay. Okay, if we have no further discussion, let me see how we're going to do this. Well, we can start with, do we want to vote all of the variances and special permit as one block vote?
I would leave it up to the applicant, but I'm a no if that's the case.
I think you should pull out the heliport.
I'll call the question with everything in it.
I'd like to give the applicant the option. We've given other people the option.
Yeah, so yeah, let's do that. Applicant, I think you've heard our concerns. You've heard our point of view, I should say. We can do this, special permit by itself, heliport by itself, then the other variances by themselves. We could divide it up like that, those three.
Well, as I feel that the one kind of element we could separate is the helipad. So based on Mr. Marcus' suggestion, I would separate those. So the other special permit application I feel is all one application. I mean, it's essentially saying, what we've talked about the whole time, that because it's wrap material. So I would separate those two, but other than that, I think they all go hand in hand.
So I have a question, Mr. Mental.
Go ahead. Say it again.
I have a question for Mr. Mental. So you're equating the separation requirement from a residential from 600 to 300 as being similar or the same category as the special permit?
As part of
it. Do you understand my question?
I do, and I equate that as part of the special permit. And looking back at the last 6 or 7 of these that this board has reviewed and approved have also had elements like that. So the requirements become more severe once it becomes a salvage situation where you have to seek the special permit. And because it's essentially, as we've talked about, the same materials going in, it's just the form they're in as they go in. I mean, we're not necessarily changing activity. And I do think that the salvage code and the special permit applicable to that was not designed for this type of situation. It was more for a junkyard or a kind of car salvage lot.
Okay, be that as it may, I could in theory say, yes, I'm willing to give you a 1-year special permit, but not be in agreement with allowing you to go up to 300 feet to a residential property line. Does that make sense?
It does.
You say it does?
It makes sense, your point, yes.
So what I don't want to do is be unfair. I'd rather be able to tell you, yeah, I'll give you a year to prove yourself with a special permit. I'm not going to allow you 300 feet right now. You know what I mean? Maybe you demonstrate that you can operate at 600 feet with a special permit for a year and you come back. But if you ask me to do it all together, I'll have no choice but to maybe say yes or no. So that's all I'm trying to offer to you, but it's completely your choice.
No, I understand your position. I think I would separate out the helipad.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
Mr. Jones just said a couple of times that for a permit for 1 year, are we allowed to grant a permit for a certain amount of time, or once we grant a permit, it's granted? I'm confused by that.
You are allowed to.
Go ahead, Michael.
You are allowed to put a time limit on your variance approvals or special permits.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And then can I better understand the storage variances from the staff? Are we saying the setback now, and I think this is a question that Mr. Maleka was asking about the setback, reducing the setback to adjacent residential property from 100 feet to 75 feet, and then reducing the separation requirement from adjacent residential property from 600 feet to 300 feet, that's for the piles? Is that what that is?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure who the question was to, but yes, from our perspective, the applicant, yes.
Okay, I thought that was the piles, okay. And so I guess my question is, what does your current variance for raw materials allow as the setback? Is it those same parameters or not? Do you know, Mr. Minto?
John, do you know the answer to that question?
I'd have to look through the text to be for sure, but I believe it does. As you know, what was contemplated in the original 2001 limitation text was the storage of, virgin material piles at least. So
I've got for you guys. I'm looking at the limitation text right now. And in terms of development standards, it says the height permitted shall not exceed 85 feet for surface above surface grade for the asphalt plant and 60 feet for other buildings. But I don't see anything about pile height. Where in the limitation text are you interpreting a 60-foot pile height?
Wow. So are you saying building height, Michael?
It says, like I just read, the height permitted shall not exceed 85 feet above surface grade for the asphalt plant and 60 feet for other buildings. But pile heights aren't buildings, so.
But pile heights aren't mentioned in, at least what you've indicated, pile heights aren't mentioned in the document at all.
Right, so that means they would be at 10.
Exactly.
That's fair, Madam Chair. Yep, that's fair.
Wow. Mr. Mental?
10 feet pile heights is limited to recycled materials. So
can you attest what Michael just said?
Not recycled materials.
Well, wait, guys.
So what's the pile height for?
So I just want to clarify, Michael Merritt and I just had an internal discussion in which we were trying to figure out if the limitation text regulated the piles, and it does not. The zoning code, the code cited, regulates the piles. So it's just a variance to the zoning code, not the limitation text.
What's the limitation text?
When they got their council variance, when it was rezoned, there were certain limitations that could not operate on this property. They excluded those, what would normally be allowed in a manufacturing use. They agreed to not allow those certain uses, and a asphalt recycling plant was not one of those that was prohibited.
Okay,
but sometimes the limitation text, they limit height, but this limitation text does not address height for piles. The pile height is simply a zoning code variance.
And what is the code say for pile height?
Code states 10 feet.
Even for raw materials?
Well, for anything. Pile, stored pile height is 10 feet.
Okay. I'm looking at 3367.29, which appears to permit pile heights that are 100 feet from a residential. And I'm trying to find the exact limit for it.
Yeah, I know it's not 100 feet because I remember opining on issues where we've increased pile height, and we would not have had to increase pile height if it was 100 already.
So 3367 is M2. This is LM, so that would be under 3363.
Or 3392.10, which is the cited code section. That they're asking for a variance.
Isn't that just for salvage? I guess that's our point, is that there's a distinction between salvage and virgin materials. Just from doing a little site recon.
Aren't we talking about the pile heights?
No, but I'm trying to get an understanding of what they have permission to do now without the salvage piece added on. What did city council grant them originally? Did they grant them any variances to pile heights? It sounded like,
Michael, I believe you get the limitation text. Does it say in there?
Well, the limitation text doesn't vary anything.
right, so that's why we're going to the code to find out what does the code say as pile heights.
Correct.
So I just want to go back to Mr. Mental because he specifically stated that he had permission for virgin materials at 60 feet. And I want to make sure that that wasn't just a mistake hearing the limitation text.
In all of our discussions since the citation with the city, looking at the limitation text, the height requirements, we have operated for 20 years based on that 60-foot height.
So maybe it was a misunderstanding. Strange, but I mean, it sounds like that's the case because you have no variation or any variance for pile height, only it sounds like building height, which kind of makes this whole thing kind of virgin material, if you will, for us to look at this entire thing. And despite the fact that we were led to believe that you could already have virgin materials at 60 feet, and this would be an outlier at only 10, you're only limited to 10 everywhere for all of it.
I would have to check with commercial zoning clearance to make sure, but
yeah, practically.
We did receive zoning clearance. I mean, when we received it in 99, we received it again in 2001.
okay.
Again, I want to do what's fair and equitable, but I want to do the right thing when we leave here. And I would suggest, Mr. Mental, your assertion that Kokosing is willing to talk to the neighbors, create a good neighbor agreement. It goes a long way, even though it's not enforceable. It goes a very long way in cases like this, and we found it to be very successful when neighborhoods and neighbors have concerns about operations. Certainly not a requirement, just a recommendation to help ease tensions like this and make sure that things are addressed and they could be publicly addressed so that we're not sitting here pointing fingers and looking at one another and not having any kind of cohesiveness in this discussion. I'm really disappointed to see where we are at. I don't even know what time it is. It feels like it's almost 9 o'clock. And we have to really rethink this whole thing because where we are with that, I mean, thinking based on what you mentioned, that this is new only based on the wrap materials, but it's you're in violation on the whole site with all your materials, it sounds like, not just the wrap materials.
If he says that he's got...
Mr. Jones, I would point out that as code enforcement came through and reviewed and cited us, they did not cite us for the virgin material piles. And as I pointed out earlier, we've received zoning clearance twice, in 99 and 2001, for this site.
Okay. What did you find, Michael?
I was just saying that if he has zoning clearance, then what he says is probably true, but I'm not 100% certain of the code section utilized for that.
Well, we're not relying on zoning clearance from 2001, are we? I mean, we've looked at cases that show that, I mean, piles change, right? So we're not going off of what was found to be on the site in 2001 is accurate for what's happening today, right?
I mean, our zoning clearance is proposal as well, and they didn't call it out as a variance that needed to be added. So,
well, and we've already noticed that, and this is based off of, Madam Chair, your and my conversation in the last go round when I said in 2015 they were cited by EPA, which I would assume would bring city employees out, and as you indicated, in 2019. And so if they haven't been cited in 2019 for height variance, then, you know, I'm confused as to what's going on.
I think I got the answer. I think I found the answer. So in looking through the rezoning legislation, they had attached the staff report, which cites, so the rezoning occurred in 2001. There was a council variance in 1999, CB 99017, to permit the asphalt batch plant in the M1 manufacturing district. An asphalt batch plant is an allowable use in the N manufacturing district. So you got a council variance to allow a use that's not allowed. typically what occurs with council variances is a promise to rezone. So they probably had to rezone it a year or two later to get it into the proper zoning district. When they got the council variances is when they were approved for the development standards to increase the height districts to the height piles to 60 feet.
That makes sense.
So you see height piles at 60 feet were approved?
Well, no, that's the problem. I don't see it distinguished, but just based on my experience, that's typically how this would have been approved and how they would have gotten zoning clearance. They would have referenced back to the council variance that allowed the use and associated development variances.
But if it was a council variance, then it should be noted and clear. And we're saying that it doesn't, even if it slipped through the cracks.
Well, I'm just, I'm working remotely, so I don't have access to all the files. I can only pull up the rezoning text, and the rezoning text is what's mentioning it.
Jamie, I'm getting on the on base, and I'll find if you guys want to move on for the time being.
There's nothing really to move on to.
This is it. But so, Mr. Mitchell, are you still clear that you just want to separate the helipad and everything else is on its own?
I am.
I mean,
Okay,
Jamie, I guess Jamie, I'm trying to, my position is that if they already have allowance to do things, then adding the recycling piece on top of that is a no-brainer, right, for us, because we're not allowing anything different than what they're already doing. But if they're not allowed to do those things, I think that we would have some discussion about whether we want to allow those things. And that's where we're stuck. Well, at least that's where I'm stuck.
Well, it's more than that, because even by the name that they're calling things, you basically have virgin material, which I'm going to call clean material, that if it's allowed at 60 feet, but it's clean material. And you have otherwise contaminated material that we're talking about now. And that's what we're talking about putting the limitation on. And I'm concerned.
Mr. Jones, I think that's what they've been doing. So I agree with Chairwoman that it's the same thing. Now we're talking about height.
Right. I don't think the substance of the material matters.
Correct.
You do?
I think it does.
No, I
Absolutely it
agree
does.
with you, Chairman.
Why do you think it matters?
It matters because of it's contaminated material. It's road. They've
been doing it for 21 years. It's the same thing.
No, they haven't been doing it for 21 years.
That's what they've said.
Yeah, they said they've been doing this the whole time.
21 years?
Well, they said they've been doing it the whole time. So yeah, I'm not going to default to 21 years exactly, but I will agree with Chairwoman that they have been doing it the entire time.
We've been processing wrap material for years, since we've operated in asphalt.
21 years.
I can tell you that since Kokosing Scioto Materials has operated this plant, they have utilized wrap material.
I still have an issue.
Yeah, I mean, this is yeah.
We've gone through recycle. We've gone through plants where people tell us we're moving piles. These are our working piles, and we're moving them in. I mean, we've never had anybody do something at 60 feet. I'm sure about that.
Right. That's why I was questioning it, because I was like, oh, well, if City Council gave them 60 feet at the beginning, were we to say they can't? But now we're trying to understand, did City Council give them 60 feet or not?
I mean, does everybody? I mean, we've been around and around on this. Does anybody know? Does everybody here know what they're doing or know where they're feeling they're going with this? Is there any questions in people's head? Because I feel like everybody's kind of stuck. Am I wrong?
I'm waiting on the original.
Michael, did you get the original?
One second. The council variance does not mention pile height, from what I can see. 3392.10 Amy, you just
Mr. Mental, when's the last time the city was out and inspected your site?
Well, we were cited the end of 2019. The inspector has been out there a few times since then as we've been going through this process. So I can't tell you the exact last time. I don't know if it's been in 2021.
But you weren't cited for height, correct?
Right, only on the rat piles, yeah.
All right, I'll call the question as it stands.
Repeat the question as it stands, 'cause I'm not sure.
I'll call the question with, and I know others wanted to separate the helipad, but I will include the question. And if anybody wants to amend that, that's fine.
Well, the applicant wants to separate it.
Applicant, do you want to separate or you want the entire question called?
I will, per Mr. Jones' comment, I would separate the helipad and everything else.
Okay.
Okay, then I will agree with the applicant's request and call the question.
Okay. Call the question on the helipad. Please call the roll.
Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Welderly?
Yes.
Mr. Maleka?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes. Helipad granted. Please call the roll on the special permit and the other variances.
Yeah, 2 other special permits and the variances.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 special permits.
Mr. Jones?
Again, to preface my vote, if I had an opportunity to limit the permit for 1 year, the special permit for a performance evaluation, I would say yes. Being given no limit or no opportunity to separate those, all of them in their entirety, I think, present a hazard and a detriment to the public good, and I am voting no.
Mr. Welderly?
Yes.
Mr. Maleka?
And I'll state that I don't see any pattern of poor behavior by Coroner Kokosing on any of this. If there was poor behavior, the EPA and the city should have adjusted something here and called them on it. I don't see a pattern of that, so I'm voting yes.
Mr. Demora?
I'll echo Mr. Maleka. If they've been doing this for 20 years and haven't gotten cited on height piles except for the recycled asphalt, I see no difference. I'm voting yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
My vote is no. However, the variance passed, special permits passed. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I'll move for adjournment.
Yes, the meeting is now over. Thank you.
Board members. Long night. Anyone wanting to stay on, we'll be here for a few minutes.
Don't.
Jane, no offense. If you guys haven't